Welcome to Wolf Owls Publishing, your ultimate destination for werewolf romance and fated mate stories. Claim your spot in the pack by hitting subscribe, and let's get lost in the moonlight together.
Chapter 1. I woke up to my brother's loud voice as usual. Sadly and conveniently, I got accustomed to his yelling. However, I would never get used to the mistreatment. It physically and mentally hurt just thinking about his actions last night. At one point during his outburst, I just stayed quiet until he was done. I did not do anything to upset him yesterday. I rubbed my eyes and stretched my aching body. I was too exhausted since I did not get enough sleep last night. I never do. I got out of my small bed, which was basically an old mattress, and walked to the cramped bathroom at the end of the hall. When I finished my very quick shower, I wore a casual black shirt that matched my hair, my old blue jeans, and my worn-out boots. I took a deep breath after returning to my room and was ready for the last day of high school. I was mentally unprepared to end this stage of my life, mainly because school was a shelter from Raymond. I got out of my room and I walked towards the stairs as quietly as possible. I did not want to see Raymond first thing in the morning, yet I knew it was useless to try to do so. It was an inevitable thing. I was 18 and by law, I could leave the house. The only obstacle was Raymond. His grip on me was too tight for me to free myself from it. I was terrified. I did try to run away on my 18th birthday, but Raymond predicted my escape plan and locked me in the attic for a week. I did not know how I endured for that long. I wanted to be at ease, living a tranquil life. On multiple occasions, I wanted to leave and never see him ever again. I was holding on, but I did not know for how long. Life isn't fair sometimes. I looked at the bottom of the stairs and saw Raymond waiting for me with a frown on his face. I disliked him. I hoped for a peaceful morning because I wanted to attend my last day of school with a decent appearance. "Where do you think you're going?" He asked coldly, which made me wonder if he knew how to smile. I did not remember the last time I saw his happy face. His fierce green eyes were filled with hostility toward me, and my gray ones were filled with fear and dread. "School," I replied in a muffled tone while maintaining eye contact. He hated it when I averted my gaze from his, and I learned that the hard way. He scoffed. "You will come home as fast as you can when school is over. I will have guests in the evening, so I want you to make a good dinner, understand?" he demanded, and I paled. "Guests?" "Yes, brother," I answered instantly, and he returned to his room. It could have been worse. He did not do anything, and I did not want to jinx my luck. I ran from the house quickly in case he decided to change his mind. I saw my old bike parked near the side road, and I finally smiled, taking in the fresh air. It was a peaceful morning, and it had been years since I felt this refreshed. The chilly weather was perfect for me since my body was always warm. I loved this feeling. The cold breeze was like drinking a cold cup of water in summer. I glanced at the children escorted by their loving parents to their school and sighed. I missed being this small, where my parents were still alive. They were the sun that guided me around. However, an unexpected plane crash extinguished the light from my life. I had Raymond by my side at first. He took good care of me, considering he was only 16 with no relatives to help, and I was only 8. Money was never a problem because our parents saved money for us in case of an emergency. He took custody of me after a social worker, who constantly visited us, saw that he was fit for the job. He loved me and showed me how a good older brother should be until he flipped. Everything turned upside down one day, and I did not know why he became cold and cruel. "Stella, stop." I was knocked out of my thoughts by someone's voice. I focused back on the road and saw that I was about to crash into my school entrance. I swiftly slammed my hand on the brakes and completely stopped the bike with my legs aid. I was about to bump into my teacher because of my distraction. "Are you okay?" "I'm so sorry, Ms. Rodriguez, I wasn't paying attention. I'm sore dash." She cut off my babbling with a small tap on my arm. "Stella, I am okay. You didn't hit me. Are you okay, though?" I smiled. "Yes, and good morning." "Good morning, dear." "Ready for the last day?" she asked with a grin, and I chuckled. She was reasonably in desperate need of a vacation. "No, I don't want to finish high school. It's my second home." I genuinely admitted. If I were more precise, it was my first home because I did not view the house that Raymond and I lived in as a home. I could not say this out loud. No one knew what happened behind closed curtains, and I wanted to keep it that way. No one knew, not even my best friend, because I did not want to be a burden and drag them into my dark world. I looked around and saw Sky walking toward me with a smile. "Hey, Stella, excited?" she asked. Her wide black eyes were dancing with excitement, and her brown hair was bouncing up and down since she was jumping. I adored her enthusiasm and wished to be this carefree one day. "Good morning, Sky." I greeted her with a hug, then headed to class. I was welcomed by other students and teachers as we walked through the hallways. I was not a popular student with an extraordinary look or excellent grades. I considered myself good-looking with good grades. I was merely known for being a good athlete or for winning the gold medal in sprinting and swimming in my first year of high school. I loved sports. It was the only activity I could practice without Raymond disapproving because it was within the school borders, and he did not see it. As soon as we entered the last music class, Joanna, as our teacher liked to be called, cleared his throat. "Good morning, fellas. Please take your seat. We have some talking to do. Are we in trouble?" Thomas, the class clown, asked. We laughed, and Joanna chuckled at the spontaneous response. "No, you're not. Unless there's something I should know about," Joanna remarked, and Thomas shook his head. "Okay then, let's get to the point. Since it's your last day here, I want every one of you, ladies and gentlemen, to discuss your thoughts about your future," he announced, and most students groaned. It was a challenge to talk about ourselves, but I was excited to share my feelings with them since I rarely speak in class, and I wanted someone to listen. I was never given the opportunity with Raymond. As students took turns to talk, my mind drifted back to Raymond's words. He would be having guests, and I needed to think of a very good meal to make. I did not want to disrespect them, as he put it, with burnt food. I once received a severe punishment because the food was slightly overheated. I had injuries on my stomach, which lasted for more than a month. I was a mess, and yet he refused to let me get help, saying that I would expose him. I could not dare do such a thing. "Stella. Stella." Sky called as she touched my shoulder, where I was sore from the other day. I almost winced, but endured the pain and looked at her. "Yes, you're up," she pointed at Joanna. I looked at him and saw that he was waiting for me to stand up and talk. On second thought, talking was not that fun. "Oh, thanks. Stella, could you please share your thoughts or future plan with us?" he asked with a comforting smile. I nodded, giving up. Of course, I turned my gaze to the rest of the class and smiled. "High school was great," I began speaking. Everyone was giving me their full attention, and it felt nice. I truly like all teachers and students. They were amazing with me, at least. Some treated me like a sister and a friend, and some like a daughter or even a granddaughter. "Most of you don't love school. Heck, you even hate it," they chuckled, and I beamed, feeling more confident. "But I am grateful for it," I said. It was my safe haven from Raymond. "Joanna, you are one of my favorite teachers, and everyone knows that your classes are incredible. You would always say that to have the rainbow. We have to love the rain." Thank you, because this phrase was on my mind whenever I was upset or in pain. As for my future plan, I might be a dancer, a ballerina, or a teacher. I am not sure yet. The universe is baking a great plan for all of us, so have faith and keep going. I finished my short speech with tears in my eyes, remembering what I missed in life because of my brother. I will miss feeling at home in school. Chapter 2. After the last bell rang, I bid Sky goodbye. I felt like it was the last time I might ever get the chance to see her, so I cried in her embrace. I knew that we still had our graduation ceremony, but it was 2 months away. A senior student had a kidney transplant 2 days ago, and he needs 2 months to recover from the surgery, so the school was considerate enough to postpone the ceremony for his sake. I had a bad feeling concerning Raymond's guests, and I was more than worried about returning a bit later than usual. Sorrowfully, I was forced to oblige. I took deep breaths as I reached the house. "I hope nothing bad happens," I whispered before I opened the door and entered. Raymond was nowhere in sight, so I rushed to the bathroom to take a quick cold shower to cool my nerves. 5 minutes later, I got out of the bathroom, fully clothed, and started cooking dinner. I was thrilled to cook when Raymond was not around because cooking reminded me of Mom and her gentle hands, which taught me how to cook from such a young age. She would always say that the way to capture your man's heart was through deliciousness. I was still waiting for that man to make his grand appearance in my life and save me from this situation. I glanced at the clock and it was 15 minutes past 6, so I had 15 more minutes to put the last touches on the dinner table. The dessert. I fled to my room as soon as they set foot into the house. Luckily, I was done with dinner. They were loud, but I ignored them. It was always better to disregard some behaviors and save myself from trouble. I want out. I want to be free. I cried in agony as I looked at the barely visible moon. What did I do wrong? How is that fair? I whispered. I stayed in the same position for an hour until I heard what I had hoped to avoid. Raymond called me to meet his guests, and I felt the color drain from my face. The last time I met some of his guests, they intimidated me for their entertainment. They were vicious men with rotten minds. However, my brother would usually intervene just before things went too far. I looked at my face through a small mirror placed on the floor and saw Dad's eyes. The thought of him made me less tense, so I gathered my courage and exited my room. Stella, move it. I'm here, I announced as I stepped on the last staircase. As Raymond saw me, his smirk widened, and I winced at its meaning. I looked behind him and saw the same 5 men I had met before. They were the guests who tormented me. I wanted to scream, but I knew I would make matters worse. Therefore, I remained silent. I stared at them, noticing their cold eyes watching me intently. I felt too exposed to their scrutiny. I needed to get out. All the fear came down on me like a bucket full of icy water, and I felt dizzy. I was terrified. I needed to get out. Stella, you're going to be useful tonight. The stage is yours, guys. She's here to serve you however you want. My head snapped to meet his gaze, and I almost lunged at him. There was a limit to everything. I would never give up my dignity for these people. As long as I was still breathing, I would not hand over my self-respect. I was cherishing it for a better life and not for people like them. But it was apparent that the major problem of them all was my brother. I was repulsed beyond reason. No, I managed to say after my inner battle subsided. Never. Raymond was shocked at my sudden outburst since I never raised my voice or spoke against his words. He recovered instantly and grabbed me by the hair. One of a girl's weaknesses was her hair because pulling it hurt too much. What did you say? He screeched. I glared at him. I said no. As I repeated what I said louder, he struck me. I was about to fall down, but he did not let go of my hair. Instead, he shoved me hard. I gasped for air and felt tears threatening to fall. I refused to obey anymore. I refused to be submissive. Well, ain't you a brave little sister, he mocked. I frowned at the word sister coming out of his mouth. It was clear to me that he was not in his right mind, though that did not stop me from defending my honor. I arched my eyebrows. I'm not your sister. You lost the right to call me that when you were 18 and I was just 10. A child, remember? You lost your role as a brother when you started treating me like this. I am done with this. I yelled. He tightened his grip on my hair, and I winced in pain. I should not be suffering from his ways. I should fight my way out. You will obey me. Now show them respect and give these gentlemen the show they deserve. He exclaimed with an irritated tone. I scoffed and let out a humorless chuckle. Gentlemen, you must be out of your mind. I will not listen to you anymore. I am not afraid. I was horrified. My last statement made him go completely angry. He grabbed my arm aggressively. I tried to pry from his grip. Still, he was stronger than me. You were saying, he asked, and I struggled to escape. He tried to drag me forward as I was screaming, and he received a lucky kick from me to shin. You brat, he yelled and shoved me again. I looked at the men, hoping for a miracle to happen, but they just watched. They waited patiently for my defiance to break, which would never occur. Let's see if she has any spirit left, one of the men said, and I wanted to scream. If only I could release myself from Raymond's grasp. I could if I just struck at the perfect moment. I looked at the front door and noticed that it was slightly ajar, and I saw a glimmer of hope as my immediate plan formed in my head. I looked back at Raymond and sighed. Mom and Dad would be so disappointed in you. They would be revolted to even call you son. You are a disgrace. I despise you. I shouted at the top of my lungs and saw his eyes twitch. I knew that I had hit a nerve because he never liked to talk about them. His hand loosened for a split second when he raised his other hand to grab a vase that was near him. I took that as my chance and moved fast, striking him where it hurt. He winced in pain and let go of me. I did not think twice. I ran out of the house and sprinted like my life depended on it, which it did. I heard footsteps running behind me, and I knew that his friends were following me. They would not let me escape easily. I did not look back, and I did not stop. I just kept on running. Chapter 3. I felt the adrenaline rush through my veins as my body got hot, but I did not feel tired. I wanted to get as far away as possible from Raymond's dull and toxic world. I was running for a long time, and his friends gave up chasing me at some point. It was solely Raymond and me in the cryptic and dark forest. Stella, if you don't stop right now, Raymond started threatening with a breathless tone. I cut him off before he could finish his threat. Still, I did not stop to look behind me because I did not want to trip and fall into his violent grip again. You will what? Raymond, what could you do more? Hit me? You've done that. Kick me? Every single day. Hurt me? You can scratch that. Starve me? Old news. What else can you do, Raymond? You were planning on using me for your benefit. You can't get any lower than that. I was shouting at the top of my lungs, with tears cascading down my face. I stopped talking and kept going. I did not get a reply from him, just heard the increased pace of his running. He was determined to catch me, and I was more determined to escape. I ran faster and finally spotted a big house in the middle of the woods. It was beautiful, but what drew me in was the lights. They were on, and the hope resurfaced. I believed my salvation was waiting for me inside. I did not waste a second and headed toward the house. I quickly glanced behind me and saw Raymond trip over a rock. He looked pathetic, but I was in no position to laugh. I barged into the house with heavy pants. It took me a second to realize that more than a dozen men, maybe 20, were cautiously staring at me. All reason flew out of the window as I did not care. I closed the door behind me and sat on the floor. Please help, I whispered. My fate was in their hands as I had no power to run anymore. They stood up and walked towards me. Conflicted emotions were visible on their faces, and I understood their confusion because I would be frightened if a random girl entered my house without warning. What's wrong? One of them asked as he kneeled down in front of me. Who are you? He asked again as worry was apparent in his dark brown eyes. When I was about to answer his questions, the door swung open by an enraged Raymond. I quickly stood up and stepped closer to the men. They were strangers, but they surely would not join my brother's abuse because the one who talked to me was genuinely concerned about my well-being. For some reason, I felt safe. Secure. Or, they could be playing nice. Raymond was holding a huge rock and raised it as he spotted my shaking form. Stella, you dash, he approached me with hatred shown in his eyes. I immediately closed my eyes, preparing for the blow. However, nothing happened. I forced my eyes open only to see a tall, muscular man standing in front of me, shielding my body. He protected me with a bronze tray, which shoved the rock from my way. The sight was comical, yet I did not react. What do you think you are doing? My protector asked Raymond angrily. It was the first time someone showed such anger for my sake and not at me. Raymond looked at him for a second, then at me, and I put on my tough face. She's my sister, I want her home, he replied. I gagged at his disgusting, untruthful words. He was dead in my eyes. I let out a laugh, but it was not humorous at all. Sister? I think we have established that already. Home? What home? You never viewed me as your sister. You were about to sell me, for God's sake. I will never consider that building as my home. Leave me alone. I yelled, feeling the rage rise inside of me. I used to scream in my head whenever I was overwhelmed, but never aloud. Raymond, being outnumbered, gave me strength. You heard her. Get out of my house, my protector spat and pushed Raymond out. As foolish as he was, Raymond swung his fist, wanting to hit him. However, he was stopped midair and then shoved roughly to the ground. The man made it look so easy. Raymond was big, but all of the men here were bigger in body. The man struck Raymond's face, and I could not and will not ever feel sorry for my brother. It was the least he could get after years of being the merciless being he was. I just stood there, watching them, not caring that he was injured. A few moments later, I remembered that we were not alone. Hence, I looked behind me and noticed that the men were agitated and embarrassed for some reason. They were blushing, and I arched my eyebrows in confusion until realization hit me hard. I was practically half naked with my old shorts on and a sports bra. They were not the expensive type, so if one were to focus their vision, they would see through the bra. Well, that's awkward, I pointed out in a whisper. All men abruptly turned around, facing the wall. I was sure that my voice was inaudible, so it was weird how they acted as if they heard me. I shook my head and looked outside to see what happened with the fighting pair, but two arms wrapped around my waist, making me freeze. The warmth and tingly sensation were the best way to describe what it felt like to be in his arms. I glanced behind me to be met with my protector's stunning eyes. They were a bright honey color that shone like the sun's setting orbs. His dark blonde, almost brown hair was trimmed perfectly, and his tan skin made him look beyond beautiful. I was clearly checking him out, and yet something inside me would not let me avoid eye contact. It was bizarre. He smiled, and his adorable dimples were displayed to be admired because dimples were my weakness. It was true that all my life, I was an abused individual. However, I was still a teenage girl who liked to look at boys from time to time. I never dared to approach anyone, though. The pull that I felt with this man was unnatural, as I wanted him to lure me closer and capture my senses. I should be afraid of having these unforeseen emotions for a complete stranger, but I was not. Am I broken beyond repair? Mine, he said, this one word firmly as his eyes turned to a darker color, and I thought I imagined things. His deep voice brought me back to reality, where I was in the same room as other men whom I had just met. The word that he uttered registered in my head, and I shifted my body so I was facing him. No, I don't think so. I trailed off, and I got lost in his eyes again. He tightened his hold on me, yet it was not painful. It was secure. I was grateful that I was saved. However, I did not want to be a caged bird once again. I was not ready to be the helpless girl when I barely got myself free. I felt no threat or danger from any of them, but I knew that something was wrong. No human could ever feel at home in a house they recently entered, yet I was contradicting myself. What was wrong with my brain? He was stronger than me. Accordingly, I stopped trying to get out of his grasp. He smiled again, and I was enchanted. "You are mine," he repeated and glared at the men, who were staring at us in admiration, dare I say. "All of you, return to your rooms, and do not dare spare another glance at her." What surprised me the most was that they bowed their heads without hesitation and walked away in silence. The man screamed authority, and even I got tense. I was lost and did not know what to say except to ask what was on my mind. "I am yours? How come?" I raised my eyebrows in confusion. It was not normal for relationships to start this way. Is this his way of flirting with me? This thought excited me, and yet I was perplexed at my own turmoil. For all I knew, all men were like Raymond. I did not trust anyone but myself. Sometimes, I would even doubt myself as well. I was a train full of wrecked emotions, and I needed answers. My tormentor was nowhere in sight, and I was left with this peculiar man alone. "What's your name, beautiful?" he asked. As cliché as this might sound, butterflies erupted in my stomach at his words. It sounded genuine. "Stella," my name came out of my mouth before I could stop myself, and his smile got brighter. "I'm Julian Woods," he introduced himself. I nodded, not knowing what else to do. Chapter 4. The unmated pack men, and I watched the last football game of the season, and we were winning. All the loud cheering and shouts made my throat dry, so I stood up and walked to the kitchen. I grabbed my water cup and sat on the chair. Everything's so quiet lately. Hopefully, it stays that way. We fought a lot of rogues last week. I stretched my arms and stood up, ready to take a shower. However, a clear voice stopped me in my tracks. The cry for help that got registered in my mind snapped me out of my daze. I rushed to the main door, feeling like my world had frozen and I was the only one moving. Before I could see who it was, the scent of sweet lavender entered my nostrils. I felt at ease when I understood what it meant, so I made my pack members clear the way, and my eyes landed on her. She was the most captivating woman I have ever seen. She took my breath away as her presence enchanted my essence of existence. Her black hair made her stunning gray eyes stand out, telling a story filled with mixed emotions. I studied her facial features carefully and realized she had not yet seen us. Our perfect mate. Peter, my wolf, called out in my head. She was stunning. We found her. Or she found us. I was too excited. I took in my surroundings and noticed that my men were staring at her, and I was not too fond of that. She was barely dressed, and I wanted to hide her in my arms, away from anyone's reach. My protective instinct kicked in. As I was about to hold her, an irritating voice stopped me. "You," he screamed as he held a rock. He tried to hit her with it, but I blocked him as I saw red. I was shaking with anger. She was my mate, and I had to protect her. He had no right to try to harm her. Or anyone else, for that matter. I glared at him. "What do you think you're doing?" I questioned, feeling Peter's anger rise. The man looked at me, then at my mate, and she scowled like she wanted to stop him. "He's not good." "Bad news," Peter commented, and I almost rolled my eyes. My alpha wolf's vocabulary gets simple whenever he is angry. "She's my sister. I want her home," the man replied, and I could not help but feel very protective of her. She was mine, my mate. I was her mate. Hers alone. No one will take her away from me as long as I am alive. She let out a humorless laugh and clenched her fists. "Sister? I think we have established that already." "Home? What home? You never viewed me as your sister. You were about to sell me, for God's sake. I will never consider that building as my home. Leave me alone," she yelled at the top of her lungs, and I was appalled at her allegations. He was a dangerous man, and I had no problem stopping him. "You heard her. Get out of my house," I demanded and pushed him out. He lost his mind when he tried to punch me in my own house, but I stopped him before he could touch me and shoved him to the ground. I took that as my chance and struck him firmly. My instincts told me he deserved to be stopped, and I ensured the threat was neutralized. "Yes, make him regret it," Peter cheered. "Well, that's awkward." Through my anger, I glanced at my precious mate and felt protective. My pack males staring at her made me focus on her. "Turn around right this instant. Show some respect. She's my mate." I stared through the mind link with total possessiveness. They were stunned at my statement. Nevertheless, they turned to face the wall. When I came to my senses, I realized the man had escaped. "Cody, take someone with you and chase after him," I ordered through the mind link. It was more convenient than a text message. "Yes, Alpha," he replied and ran after him with the other men. I walked towards my mate and wrapped my arms around her waist. Her being in my arms felt so natural, real, and right. "Our beautiful mate is finally here," Peter sighed with delight, and I nodded, agreeing with him. She raised her head and looked at me with her beautiful gray eyes. "Mine," I said firmly, warning the unmated men. The mated ones were not here since they had their own homes near my house. I loved hanging out at the Pack's house because we did not have mates, but now I was more than thrilled to move entirely to my own home with my long-awaited mate. "No, I don't think so." She tried to wiggle her way from my grip. Still, I could not help but hold her securely. "She will not go anywhere. I will protect, love, and cherish her." I smiled. "You are mine," I repeated and looked at the men. "All of you, return to your rooms and do not dare spare another glance at her," I commanded, and they bowed their heads in respect and then walked away. "I am yours?" "How come?" she asked, looking bewildered and confused. She was clearly a human, but I did not care. I needed her in my life. I wanted her by my side. I gazed into her eyes, and I could still see the fear in them. Whatever her brother did to her, he will answer for it. "What's your name, beautiful?" I asked with a smile. Was it strange to call her beautiful? I asked Peter. You called her mine. That's intense enough, he remarked, and he had a point. Stella. Beautiful. I'm Julian Woods. I knew from the moment I saw her that she would be my everything. Chapter 5. I was sitting on a king-sized bed in a large bedroom, 10 times bigger than my old room. Julian told me to wait for him, then got out of the room and has not returned since. Will he hurt me like Raymond? I cannot trust men. Not all men were the same, but what if? He did save me from my brother, but I could not help but feel trapped, which contradicts my feelings when I was in Julian's arms. I was in a house that was full of men. They could be like Raymond, for all I know. He was nice initially, but turned out to be controlling and cruel. I believed they were waiting for the perfect moment to hurt me. They wanted to gain my trust first. I can't let my guard down. I won't let my guard down. I was cut off from my thoughts by Julian's knocking on his door. He did not have to do that. It was his house, but that was precisely what I meant. He wanted my trust. Stella, can I come in? He asked in a soft and polite tone. Yet, with all of my conflicting emotions and alarms, I felt that I belonged here, which was super weird. Yeah, I replied. Now that I think about it, why did Julian refer to me as his? He entered while holding a tray filled with all kinds of food. The smell was delicious. It was mouth-watering, and I felt that my stomach was demanding something to eat. It had been a couple of days since I last ate anything. Here you go. He handed me the tray, and I stared at him. Why would he give me food? Why? I found myself asking, confused at his action. Why what? He replied with a questioning expression, and I gestured to the food. Because you need it. You need to eat to be healthier, Stella. He explained with a sincere smile that I was not used to seeing on anyone except Sky. I could not refuse his offer since my stomach decided that it was the perfect time to grumble. I nodded, feeling embarrassed at myself yet helpless. Thank you. You're more than welcome. By the way, I searched for clothes you can wear but found none of your sizes. You're too small, and there are no female clothes here. Do you mind if you wear my shirt? It's big and will cover you up, he asked, looking at the floor. He was sweet and gentle. I don't mind. Thank you, Julian, I said, and he rewarded me with his warm smile, which made his dimple more noticeable and more adorable. Do not trust yet, Stella. Great, now eat while I prepare the shower. You need it to relax. I shook my head lightly. Oh no, you don't have to do that. I'll just eat this, then take my leave. As soon as I uttered those words, he was so quick that I did not see how he became so close to me in split seconds. I looked into his captivating honey eyes and recognized the sadness one feels when one loses something or someone, and it troubled me that I was the cause of it. You don't have to leave. You could stay here for as long as you want. You can even stay here forever, not to sound strange or anything, he remarked and raised his hand. For a second, I thought he would hit me, so I flinched and closed my eyes. However, nothing happened. Stella, can you open your eyes? He asked calmly. I opened them slowly and saw his frown, and it killed me to see him in this state. Why? I had never met him before, yet why do I feel so attached? He arched his eyebrows at me. You thought I was going to hit you? I nodded, feeling a bit scared of his reaction. Yeah, there was no point in hiding it. He already met Raymond. He put his hands on both of my shoulders and sighed. Stella, I wouldn't, and won't ever hit you. Don't even consider it. I will never lay a hand on you in a bad way. I would never do that, he replied genuinely. But I need to know why you flinched. Was your brother the cause of your fears? He asked, and I felt a pang in my heart. I remained silent, not knowing what to say. I had never shared my fears with anyone before. Stella. Julian held my hands and squeezed them gently. You could tell me. I'll listen and won't judge. I looked at him, hesitant and frightened. But he will come after me. I stuttered with fear, remembering the difficult times I had endured all these years. No, he won't. I won't let him harm you or come near you. Tell me everything after you take your shower, okay? He whispered, and I nodded. What was wrong with me? It was like I couldn't resist him. I hopped into the bathtub after half an hour of debating with myself whether I should listen to him or run for it. I listened to my heart for the first time in a while, and I was pleased. I missed this feeling, the warmth and the relaxed body sensation. I had not taken this long a shower all these years. I was barely allowed any time in the past. Raymond used to restrict my time severely, leaving me constantly anxious. I was brought back to reality by a knock on the door. "Stella, are you okay in there?" Julian's worried voice echoed in my ears. I immediately stood up, grabbed the towel, and wrapped it around myself. "Yes, how long have I been in here?" I asked, looking for the clothes that I was supposed to wear. "An hour and your clothes are on the bed." "I'll leave you alone to change," Julian replied, and I smiled. He is a gentleman. "Thank you," I said as I slowly opened the bathroom door and made sure that no one was in the room. I took a quick scan and saw the clothes on the bed. I quickly put on the clothes provided. The shirt was loose, reaching my mid-thighs. I was about to smooth my hair when the door opened. I froze, facing the other way. "Oh my God. I'm so sorry, Stella. I thought you finished, and I was looking for my phone and, sorry." Julian apologized, and I sighed. "That's okay, but can you, get out until I finish, please?" I asked in the politest way possible. I did not want to sound arrogant in his house. "Sir, wait, what are those, Stella?" As he asked, I realized my back was visible to him, and I gasped. I did not dare turn. "What?" I panicked while shifting in my place. "The scars," he stated in a firm tone, and I sighed. There really was no point in hiding it from him. "I'll tell you, but please let me finish getting ready first," I pleaded, and he was out of the room without any other word. I finished adjusting the shirt. I soothed my hair a bit so it would not look messy. When I was finished and looked presentable, I opened the door to call for Julian and tell him that it was safe to enter, but I found him right before me, waiting impatiently. "Can we talk now?" he asked, and I gave him a slight nod and let him into his room. We sat on his bed across from each other. Chapter 6. It all began 8 years ago, I stated and looked at Julian. I felt liberated from saying those words. Raymond is not here to hurt me if I talk with anyone. Besides, Julian seems kind so far. Even if I tell him about my rough past, he can't do anything except listen. Why would he even do anything for me? I was just a troubled 18-year-old. Nothing was special about me. It is hard to believe now, but we were a happy family. Everything was literally perfect until one night that changed Raymond's and my life. My parents were on vacation in Brazil. They were sending us pictures and videos saying that they missed us and they looked happy. I stopped talking for a second, fighting back the tears, then continued. We couldn't go with them because I had acrophobia. I was afraid of heights and Raymond had work and assignments to submit. When their trip was over, they got on the plane. However, as we have been told, the plane got hijacked by people who wanted ransom and to free one of their friends from federal prison. After several hours of negotiations with the government, the situation turned violent. Since the windows were not bulletproof, a window was damaged, which caused a lot of issues due to air pressure. The pilot lost control of the plane, and it went down. It crashed in Fernando de Noronha. Hours passed, and the Coast Guards found the plane. They discovered that only 17 passengers out of the 200 survived. My parents did not. I did not have the power to cry because I was too drained. I looked at Julian and saw hurt, pity, sadness, and anger in his eyes. He opened his mouth to speak, but decided against it. "Talk to me, Julian," I muttered, and he sighed while rubbing the back of his neck. "I'm very sorry. I know that saying sorry won't get your parents back, but still, you are strong and alive, and you have to be grateful for that." I nodded. "I have a question, though. How did you know what happened in detail?" "Did you ask the surviving passengers?" he asked. "Yes, we did. Also, we found a videotape in my parents' luggage, hidden in a box. Everything was filmed and recorded, from the takeoff until the crash. It was horrible seeing everything with your own eyes." "The police took the tape after we watched it for evidence," I replied while gazing at my palms. "That must have been hard watching them go before your eyes," Julian stated. I nodded, remembering the good old days that I had with them. What happened to you and Raymond? I fixed my gaze to look at him properly. It was out of my comfort zone to speak about this, but he gave me the courage to keep talking. We were very depressed about their death, but knew that it was not good to continue grieving over them forever. We had to move on, and we did. Raymond became my legal guardian after filling out lots of papers and having visits from a social worker. He treated me nicely and did his job as a caring, loving brother, yet out of nowhere, he came home drunk one day, and like in all cliché movies, that didn't end well. When Raymond saw me that night, he struck me. He hit me hard on the face for no reason. I was too young to comprehend what was happening back then, so I thought that it was just because he was drunk and it was a one-time mistake. I stopped speaking to take a deep breath, then saw that Julian was upset at what he was hearing. He asked for it. I was so wrong in believing that it wouldn't occur again. The mistreatment didn't stop until this very day. When I asked him why, he told me that I made his life miserable and that it was all my fault. I didn't know what he was talking about and didn't dare ask. Today, he told me that he intended to hand me over to some of his friends, and I was expected to serve them. That's why I broke into your house out of fear. Sorry about that. I smiled at him. He looked enraged, but then softened a little when he saw my smile. No, I'm glad you did that because I got to meet you. Don't worry about it, and you will stay here for sure since I gathered that you have nowhere else to go. We have plenty of rooms, and you are welcomed by everyone. Don't even try to argue with me because you have no other place besides here. He replied with a victorious grin, and I could not help but beam at his kindness. I made a new friend, a friend who knew about my suffering and did not judge me. Thank you, I whispered again, feeling the sleep pushing its way to my eyes, which were begging me to close them. I took one last glance at Julian, then darkness filled my vision. As I watched the TV on my comfortable couch in the warm living room, I heard the main door close. I got up and saw my brother. Raymond, listen to what happened to me today. So, my friend and I were playing with the ball, then some Mina boy came to us and took it from us. We tried to take it back, but he hit my friend, so I got angry and pushed him, and as I was ranting nonstop, I felt a sting on my cheek. I looked up and saw Raymond holding a bottle, looking unstable. He struck me. I placed my palm on my cheek and felt the pain. Our Raymond? His sudden action dumbfounded me. You selfish girl, it's all because of you. And it's always you. I hate you, you ungrateful little brat, he yelled. What did I do? I asked, stuttering from the terror and fright. He didn't answer me. Instead, he raised his hand toward me. It was a frightening moment. I felt fear in every inch of my small body. I didn't know what was happening. I ran to my room, crying my heart out. Mommy, Daddy, I need you with me. Raymond is acting funny. Why? I whispered, fearing that he would hear me while looking at the sky from my window. As I closed my eyes and opened them again, I found myself in Julian's arms. What? Since when? Chapter 7. I saw Stella asleep on my king-size bed, and I just stayed up watching her. I knew that she might not have had the best childhood, but I was willing to make her realize that I was here with her to support her future. I was aware of my flaws, such as my temper with rogues, so I did not want to worry her, and I wanted her to trust me. I'll have to introduce her to my parents and the whole pack. But what should I do to win her trust without coming across as overwhelming? Well, you could tell her about the werewolf thing and maybe, just maybe, that you're her mate. Just a little thought, Peter commented, and I rolled my eyes at him. I know, but she's human. I should come up with an excellent speech to tell her the truth. You know that can be surprising for an innocent human, and she might not believe me, I replied with a sigh. Peter was too ambitious. If she doesn't believe you, you could just shift in front of her, he suggested. Yeah, you're right. Then she would be terrified, I replied with a smile that clearly showed my irritation. My wolf was not thinking clearly. Stella is beautiful. She seems so delicate, which makes me feel protective of her, and we just met her, Peter said affectionately, and that was a first since he was the wolf that did not show his emotions easily. He was indeed stubborn, yet protective. I chuckled. Well, Peter, that's the bond for you. It's so strong that even you can't ignore it," I said, and he rested with a smile. I fixed my position on the bed so that I was near Stella to ensure she was safe. I felt calm and at peace for the first time in a long time. Being the only son of the Alpha can be stressful and challenging. All the things that I had to deal with to ensure our pack's safety drove me crazy. I shook off my thoughts about the pack for a moment and looked at her face. She was someone I searched for in the most common places for werewolves to live in. I had the help of my beta and best friend, Cody. I was disappointed when I could not find her, yet I did not lose hope. I just waited for her. The fact that I was soon to be an alpha did not help me because I was without the Luna. Some elders, who had nothing better to do than involve themselves in people's business, wanted me to choose a random female member and make her the Luna, and I refused firmly. I only focused on finding my partner, yet plenty of female werewolves used to try to get my attention without caring for my future mate or my feelings. I avoided them and did not spare them a second glance because I believed it was not right to be with others while there was a destined partner for me. The elders were bothersome. They kept on telling me that I needed a Luna to be a supreme alpha. A Luna with a gentle heart made of gold would be great for the alpha to rule. I am glad I waited. Stella will be the perfect Luna for the Graymod Pack and a remarkable partner for me. I was delighted that I did not make the mistake that other males had made before finding their partners. When they eventually found their mate, their encounter did not end well for most of them. Some were rejected, and others were forgiven, but not so quickly. They were forgiven after months of trying to make amends. As I was lost in my thoughts, I felt Stella move, yet she was not awake. Her facial expressions indicated that she was having a bad dream. I got closer to her side and whispered, "Don't worry. It's just a dream, Stella. You are safe with me now. Do not fear anything," I told her, and she instantly calmed down. I leaned back and closed my eyes. Julian, wake up." I rubbed my eyes and opened them to see my beautiful mate looking at me with confusion reflecting in her mesmerizing gray eyes. "Yeah?" I replied without bothering to move since I was feeling comfortable. "Why are you so close?" she asked. Apparently, she was not as comfortable. "Too soon," Peter commented. "You were having a nightmare," I replied. I didn't lie. Stella had a nightmare, which was why I moved closer to comfort her. "Oh, can you give me some space now?" she asked in her sweet voice. "Why?" She blushed. "Because I need to go to the bathroom," she stuttered, and I smiled. "You had to embarrass her?" Peter asked, and I ignored him. "Sure, but come back to rest. It's dash." I looked at my phone to see the time. 3 a.m. "You need sleep," I said, and she nodded. She got out of the bed and headed to the bathroom. I lay on my stomach and buried my face in my comfy pillow. After 5 minutes of silent waiting, she let out a loud scream that made me hop from my bed. "Stella, what's wrong?" I banged on the door, yet it was locked, and Peter grew alert. "Help her." Chapter 8. I entered the bathroom to relieve myself, and once I was done, I looked into the mirror to see my hair, but gasped at what I saw. I felt suffocated and trapped in my own body. I rubbed my eyes, thinking I was just hallucinating, yet again I saw him. The horror crept down my spine, and I shivered, feeling really sick. There was a tall, strong man looking at me from the bathroom window. "Are we on the 3rd floor?" My eyes widened when he tried opening the window, so I had to do the only thing I could ever do. I screamed at the top of my lungs, seeking help from Julian. After a second or two of staring at the stranger while weighing the possibility of danger, I heard banging on the door. "Stella, what's wrong?" Julian's voice boomed into my ears. The banging was so loud and strong, he almost knocked the door from its place. I gazed at the man and saw him smirking at me as I tried to open the door. I was terrified. I stared at him. I did not lose eye contact at all. "Who is he?" My hand missed the key due to a lack of concentration. "Open the door, please," Julian yelled, knocking me out of my thoughts. As I finally opened the door with a shocked face, the man disappeared from my sight. When Julian was in, he looked for any source of danger. Yet he found none. He turned and pulled me into a secure embrace that was filled with warmth and safety. "Stella, what's wrong? Why did you scream like that? Are you hurt?" I never had anyone to care for me like that, except for my late father. I looked into his hazel eyes, which were filled with worry. I saw Emin, I stuttered. Then I leaned into him, feeling the warmth and protection. This sense of safety was even stronger than my thoughts about how I just met the guy. It was so strong that I could not resist it at all. It was like a sense of calm pulling me towards him. He arched his eyebrows with a hint of concern. What man? I know he's not upset with me. He's upset about the man. Right? A tall man. He was standing right outside that window, and he tried to open it. I pointed at the window. Then I remembered his smirk. I shivered with fear. Julian stroked my hair with his large hand, and I let him. What did he look like? Could you tell? He asked in a soft tone that made me relax. How is it possible to feel safe with a stranger? I nodded, my head resting near his chest. He had short blonde hair, dark eyes, and a big, strong build, I replied. And a long scar on his neck. The moonlight reflected the man's image. That was why I was able to describe him like that. Julian looked like he was thinking or arguing with someone internally. That can't be possible. Julian, I said, grabbing back his full attention to me. He put his hands on my shoulders. Huh. Oh, sorry, but I think I might know him, he said, and my eyes widened. Really? Who? If I showed you a picture of him, would you be able to recognize him? He asked, and I nodded quickly. I'll help him. Julian led me out of the bathroom. All right, you sit on my bed, and I'll get the picture. Stella, look at these pictures carefully. I couldn't find just one picture of him, but I found these two, and he is in each one of them, he explained. Then I took the pictures from him. As my eyes landed on the first picture, I saw him standing next to Julian and some other guys I saw when I arrived at his house. I looked at the second picture and saw the very same man standing next to a middle-aged woman, but he was younger. This is the guy, I pointed out to him. Julian looked at him and then let out a low, frustrated sound. Okay, that sounded intense. That? I should have known, he commented. Do you know him? I asked. He looked at me and then nodded, his eyes appearing darker. Yes, he's my cousin. Your cousin? So you're not on good terms with him? I asked again. No, he's trouble. What do you mean by that? I asked, then sat back on the bed in front of him. Well, he's sly and wants to take over the family business, he replied, averting eye contact. He is hiding something. But who am I to judge? I don't know him well enough yet. Oh, okay. Don't worry about him. I'll take care of it tomorrow morning. I'll talk with my parents. So if you wake up and don't find me, I'll be with Dad, he said, and I shook my head. I don't want to stay here alone. I didn't see any female figure here at all. All I saw was a large group of men, and I don't feel comfortable being surrounded by so many strangers. I refused, gripping the bed sheets. What if they aren't safe to be around? He put his hand on my hand, squeezing it gently. Oh, don't worry, I wasn't planning on leaving you here alone with them. It's not that I don't trust them, I do, but I'll send my mom to stay with you. Don't worry, he replied softly, making me feel at ease. I nodded my head, then I felt my eyes close on their own. Sleep, Stella, I'll be here, Julian reassured me. Then I put my head on the pillow and sleep took over again. Chapter 9. As much as I loved to stay with my beautiful mate, I had to deal with my useless cousin Joey. He was 24 years old, and he was the original beta of my pack. He started acting arrogantly when his needs and interests took over, and eventually stopped caring for his own pack. Then he met his selfish, ambitious mate, and things started deteriorating with us. She was his final whisper to turn against us and aim for the Alpha's title. I, of course, did not let that happen. With time, a conflict was waged against us. A conflict against his mate's corrupt pack, the Silver Pack, and my powerful pack, the Graymod Pack. We won after I gave him the scar that Stella saw on his neck. All that happened last year, and now he was back for revenge. If he knew Stella was my mate, then I had to stop him. And I was pretty sure he already knew, as he probably had someone watching my pack. I would do whatever I could to protect her innocent soul and safety. I did not realize that I was so engrossed with my own thoughts until I saw my parents' house. I pulled over, got out of the Jeep, and headed to the front door. It was 5:30 in the morning, but I was sure my parents were awake because they love to run at 4 for an hour every day, so they should be here by now. I knocked on the door and waited until my mom opened it and greeted me with her soft, heartwarming smile. "Good morning, Jojo. What brings you here this early in the morning?" My mom asked, confused. I frowned at her nickname. She always calls me Jojo whenever she's happy, which was most of the time, but now is not the time to complain about it. My mate is way more important than my dislike of a nickname. "Good morning, Mom. Is Dad here?" I asked after I gave her a tight bear hug. I love my mom. How can I not when she's the one who brought me to this world and gave me the chance to meet my mate? "Yes, dear, he's eating his breakfast," she replied, and we entered. I walked through the house until I reached the kitchen. The smell of my mom's famous waffles filled my nostrils. I got hungry all of a sudden. I saw my dad sitting in his usual seat, eating those mouth-watering waffles. "Good morning, Dad," I greeted. He looked up and smiled at me. "Good morning, Julian. Want some?" he offered, and I could not say no to this heavenly flavor. No one could. "You don't have to tell me twice," I said as I sat beside him and started eating. Mom sat across from us. "So, what brings you here this early in the morning? Is it to eat those waffles?" he asked humorously, and I laughed. I shook my head. "No, I came here for a serious matter. I'll tell you when we finish eating." "Mom, Dad, I found my mate yesterday, or she found me." I dropped the news and waited for their reaction. Mom had the brightest smile ever, and Dad was content. He had a smile on his face. "I guess he hasn't gotten the chance to take a shower since I came," unannounced. She stood up. "That's great, Jojo. What's her name?" "Describe her for me." Mom got excited. Too excited. "Calm down, woman," Peter commented. I smiled, remembering her every feature and detail. "Well, her name is Stella, and for as much as I know, she's human. She has dark black wavy beautiful hair and gray eyes that can pull you into her own world. Her skin is flawless. She appears delicate, which brings out my protective side. I feel like she needs my protection, and her voice is so sweet whenever she speaks. Her voice is a gentle melody," I explained, sighing with satisfaction and happiness. My parents looked genuinely happy and interested in her. "Well, son, she sounds kind, and I wish you all the best with telling her that you are a werewolf." Dad patted my shoulder. He can be very blunt without noticing. Yes, finally. I can now rest, knowing that my dear and only son has found his mate. "I want to meet her," Mom exclaimed, and I nodded without a second thought. "Well, that's what I was hoping for you to ask, because I need you to stay with her for the day. I need to talk to Dad about Joey." As I said his name, they turned from happy to serious and angry. Mom nodded, and Dad nudged me to follow him to his office. "Don't worry, Julian. I'll stay with her." "Can we go shopping?" Mom asked, and I nodded. "Yes, actually, she needs new clothes because..." "I didn't basically meet her like a normal person in normal circumstances," I said, averting any eye contact. What should I say? Was my mate mistreated? Yes. Peter thought it was easy to just share these facts. "You be quiet," I replied, then blocked him without giving him the chance to protest. "What do you mean?" Dad asked, and I decided to tell them everything really quickly. It felt wrong to tell her story, but they had to understand her situation. My dad got furious, and my mom looked like she wanted to break something out of anger towards Stella's brother. That cruel man. He will not lay a hand on her. If I ever see him, he will answer for it. Bye for now, Mom reassured me, then headed to her car and drove off. She was a car racer. She's still a car racer. She just races when she feels bored. In addition to that, she's a strong warrior. This means she can handle multiple opponents at the same time. I can count on her for my mate's safety. Now, Julian, shall we get your Beta, Cody, and the Pack's warriors? He asked, and I nodded firmly. Chapter 10. I woke up at 7:30 and found no sign of Julian in the room. So I wore his black sweatpants, but tied them on the side and a brown shirt. His clothes were extra large on me. I like large clothes. I feel more comfortable in them. And the fact that I don't have any clothes didn't give me much of a choice, so I can't complain. I headed out of the room after I did my very minimal morning routine, which included brushing my teeth with an unused toothbrush and combing my hair with my fingers since he did not have a hairbrush. I walked through the enormous house for a good amount of time until I reached the best place ever, the kitchen. I wanted to drink some water, but the smell of a homemade breakfast melted my heart away, and my tummy screamed for the tasty food. I entered the big kitchen, and then I saw a pretty young woman who looked exactly like Julian, except for the fact that she had light freckles on her nose and dark blue eyes. She's either his sister or mother. "Gee, good morning," I greeted after a long time of admiring her soft, captivating beauty. She looked at me with a big smile that made me relax, and thank God that she was a woman. "Oh, good morning, dear. You must be Stella, am I right?" She pulled her hand for me to shake, and I gladly did. I smiled. "That's me." I felt shy all of a sudden. She gazed at me for a minute or two, then she led me to the kitchen counter. She handed me a plate that was full of delicious food. "Eat, dear, we have a long day ahead of us." Nancy, Julian's mom. While I was enjoying myself, I was making breakfast for my son's mate. "Good morning," I heard a sweet, timid voice from behind me. I looked at the source and saw a very beautiful young girl staring at me. She had beautiful, dazzling gray eyes, pitch black hair, flawless skin, and a tiny, slender body. Julian was absolutely right. She was stunning with every small feature of hers. I could not believe she went through such mistreatment. Why hurt such a delicate being? My son had better keep her safe and happy, or he will have to answer to me. "Oh, good morning, dear. You must be Stella, am I right?" I asked her as I pulled my hand for her to shake, and she did. She flattered me with a sweet smile. "That's me," she replied, lowering her head and averting her eye contact. She was so adorable. "Yep, she's good for him. Eat, dear, we have a long day ahead of us." I smiled. "I'm Nancy Woods, Julian's mama." I sat across from her. She grabbed a fork and started munching on the waffles and omelets. "Hello, Mrs. Woods. It's a pleasure to meet you," she replied politely. "Please call me Nancy. I am not that old," I said with a smile. "Okay, Nancy." "So Stella, tell me about yourself," I pointed out after she put the food in her mouth and let out a joyful hum. I guess she liked it. "I'm 18, my parents are dead, and I lived with my brother until yesterday," she answered, slightly uncomfortable at the mention of her unstable brother, and I nodded. "You lived?" I asked. I knew about her past since Julian told us, but I needed her to tell me, to open up to me more. I needed her to like and trust me. She looked at me like she was debating whether to tell me or not. As I wanted to change the topic, she looked at me with such determination and anger. "I ran away. I did that last night. That's why I'm here, intruding on you and your son. Sorry." She bowed her head, apologizing. I felt sorry for her and furious at her brother. "Do you want to tell me why, or—" I trailed off to see her reaction. She nodded weakly. "He mistreated me for more than 8 years. I lost track of the time. He wanted to hand me over to some of his friends yesterday, but I didn't allow it. Due to that, I ran away from them and ended up here under Julian's protection, which I'm very grateful for," she explained, and I smiled at my son's behavior and at the fact that she actually told me her story. "I raised you well, Jojo." I hugged her, reassuring her that she was safe now. "Honey, I'm so sorry for that. I bet you don't have clothes with you, am I right?" I asked her, hoping for a yes. Well, I didn't get the chance to pack anything with me. In fact, I came here barely dressed, and it was super awkward since there were a lot of men in this house, she said, and I nodded, grabbing her arms gently and dragging her to the main door. "Okay, we will get you something to wear." "No, you don't have to. I'm not staying here anyway." I chuckled. She thinks that Jojo will let her go away that easily. "You can try, but it will not work." "Yes, we do." "And you are staying here since you are family now." I'm not taking a no for an answer. "Come on, Stella." I opened the door and held the car keys. "Do you mind if we get my niece to ride with us? She's your age, and she loves shopping." I asked her as we sat in my black Mustang. "No, not at all. We are here. Let's wait for her," I said after I pulled over to my niece's mate's house. She was Cody's mate. She was so sweet and energetic. Okay, Stella nodded. I guessed she was not completely comfortable around us, which was understandable, but I hoped that she would warm up sooner or later. After silently waiting in the car, my niece decided to show up. I smiled as I saw her getting out of the house. No way. Stella's whisper brought my attention back to her. What's wrong? I asked, concerned. She did not reply, and she just kept staring at her. When she opened the car door and saw Stella, they both froze on the spot. Stella. Sky? Stella stated, shocked if I must add. What's going on? Chapter 11. Sky? I was utterly shocked to see my best friend in the same car as me. I stared at her, then I found myself asking this idiotic question. You're Julian's cousin? How can that slip my mind? She has the same last name as Julian. Sky Woods. Why yes, Stella, what are you doing here? You know Julian? Aunt Nancy, is she? I waited for a few minutes because she looked at Nancy and Nancy nodded with a smile. Am I missing something? They looked like they were having a telepathic conversation or something. Well, it's a long story, I explained in short, and she just eyed me for a while. It felt weird to see my best friend with the new people. They were obviously her family, and I felt like an outsider, again. Sky finally lay her back in the car seat and crossed her arms. We have some talking to do tonight, she remarked, and I sighed, knowing I could not hide my bitter reality from her forever. The secret was out, and I hoped she would not get mad at me for not telling her. It was for her own safety. I did not know what Raymond would do to her if she knew. Nancy ignited the engine and took off. We sat there in silence until she broke it. So, are you two friends? Nancy asked, then looked at me from the corner of her eyes. Best friends. Sky and I said in unison, then we smiled. Nothing has changed between us, and I'd like to keep it that way. How nice. What a small world we live in, isn't that right, Sky? Nancy directed her question to her, suggesting something else in her tone. I did not ask because I did not want to pry. Yeah, Sky whispered, and we fell into an awkward silence. Again. All right, girls, our mission is to buy Stella a new closet. Clothes, shoes, makeup dash, Nancy started listing to us, but I interrupted her, feeling triggered by what she said. I shook my head. No makeup, never. Please. I desperately requested, and they looked at me in confusion. Why not? Sky asked, linking her arms with mine. Because I don't like how I look with makeup on. I hate makeup because Raymond forced me once to put it on when his buddies beat the crap out of me, so it got stuck in my head as a trigger for their brutal abuse. They broke 2 ribs and bruised my stomach and back so severely that I had to crawl to bed. I am sure you would look more beautiful, but that's your call. Now let's begin. Nancy linked my other arm with hers, and we entered the mall only to be overwhelmed by the smell of all kinds of perfumes and new clothes. It smelled fresh. New. Like everything, I never had anything after the age of 10. We don't have to buy a lot. I just need one outfit, you know, besides the one that I'm wearing right now, which belongs to Julian. I pointed out, then looked at myself in the mirror. We were in a cute store. It was my first time entering the shop. I never got the chance to shop with others. I just shopped once every 3 years, clutching Raymond's hand. He would tell me to wait outside a store and then would pick an oversized sweater or shirt so that I would look presentable in school. He did not want me to draw unwanted attention to the situation with him. He was being nice. But I had to stay quiet every time I went out with him and not complain because then I would never get anything to wear. He was being nice since he could not hit me in public. Nonsense, you literally have nothing with you. Nancy protested and looked at my reflection in the mirror. I don't deserve this attention from a stranger. Okay, now I'm super curious. I want you to tell me everything in detail. Sky crossed her arms with a pout. I'll tell you everything, but not now. I promise. I ended up with 10 hoodies, 10 pairs of jeans and leggings, 10 shirts, 5 pairs of shoes, plus 3 unnecessary casual dresses and 1 elegant dress. And undergarments. I was overwhelmed by the bags we had to carry and guilty when I looked at the price tags. I could never repay them. Not in the near future, at least. I had nothing. They were so generous and stubborn, and I eventually let them do whatever they wanted. They seemed genuinely happy to buy me stuff, and I felt like I belonged. Okay, who's ready to eat? Sky asked, and we nodded. I looked at the clock, and it was 3 in the afternoon. They also bought me a new phone. I felt so bad accepting it, but they insisted, saying, and I quote, "How can we contact you without a phone?" "I would like to have a burger and an orange juice, please," Sky ordered, and the waiter wrote it all down on his small board. Then he looked at me with a bright smile. "And you, ma'am?" he asked politely. "I'll get the same without the orange juice, please." "A cup of water will do," I replied. Then he looked at Nancy after writing down my order. "I'll get chicken wings plus Caesar salad and grape juice," Nancy ordered. "Coming right up," he said, then took off to another customer who was waiting eagerly. "Are you staying in the park? I mean the family house?" Sky asked me while putting her elbows on the table, then she rested her chin on her palms. She looked like Cinderella when she was staring at the sky from her room's only window. Beautiful. I don't know, I replied, looking at my lap and playing with my fingers. "I have nowhere to go." "Of course, she will stay there. She is now a part of the family, the Woods family," Nancy pointed out with a genuine, big, happy smile. I felt defeated and weak, yet relieved. I just nodded without saying anything else. After a while of chatting about random topics, our orders came from the same friendly waiter. "Ladies, I hope you have a wonderful meal and bon appetit," he said, then walked away, leaving us admiring the delicious, tasty food. "Shall we begin?" Nancy giggled, and I smiled. I nodded, feeling less guilty about the money that they wasted on me, and Sky clapped her hands together. "We shall," she replied, and we ate our food in peace. Or so I thought. "Not him," I muttered when I saw him entering the restaurant. "He can't see me," I whispered really low, but it wasn't low enough because Nancy and Sky heard me. "What's wrong?" they asked, and I just stared at him with a shocked, panicked expression. "He's not supposed to see me," I stuttered, but more to myself than them. "Who?" Nancy asked. "Is it Raymond?" She placed her hand on my shoulder. I shook my head in fear. "No," as I replied. He turned his head and saw me. He smirked slyly, making me remember one of the worst assaults I had. Why does everything remind me of the abuse? He approached me fast. Well. Look who's here. Stella. The Stella, he said in his hoarse, creepy, and unpleasant voice. Chapter 12. I gagged at his touch. He put his hand on my free shoulder, and I tensed. I looked at Nancy's eyes, pleading for any kind of help she could provide. "What are you thinking, Stella? She'll be in danger if she gets involved." "Who are you?" Nancy asked in an intimidating, calm tone. He looked at her, frowning, then he faked a smile like he used to do. "Oh, sorry for not introducing myself earlier. I'm Robin, her brother's best friend." "Nice to meet you, lovely lady." He tried to grab her hand to kiss her knuckles, but she removed it from his. Disgusting. Is he acting like a gentleman now? "Leave us alone." She glared at him, not fazed by his huge build. Maybe she understood that his being Raymond's best friend was not good for me, or anyone else. He was a malignant, selfish, two-faced jerk. I used to get disgusted whenever Raymond mentioned him. He still disgusts me to the bones. Why should I? She knows me very well, isn't that right, Stella? And Raymond has been searching for you. He was worried sick. He gazed at me with a blank face. Worried sick? That's a new one. He's sick, all right. I felt fear rise inside of my tiny bruised body when Robin grabbed my wrist by force, yanking me forward. I do know him too well. He was a monster, like my so-called brother. He used to mistreat me whenever he visited Raymond. One time, Raymond was at work when Robin decided to pay me a visit. I was all alone with him, in my room, screaming for help, praying for it to stop. I kept shouting with a tiny little hope that someone would hear me and give me the helping hand that I sought for a long time back then. Just for a split second, I hoped for Raymond to come and help me, but the world was not fair. My life was not fair. Raymond came indeed, to my room, saw his best friend hurt me yet. He said nothing. He just kept watching him play his cruel game. Absolute misery. They were both heartless. Not a chance she's going with you. Now get the hell out of here. Sky's voice interrupted my train of bitter thoughts, and I took a deep breath. I guessed she took the hint that I was unreasonably terrified of him. Anyone could notice my pale and panicked expression. I want to go back, I whispered to Nancy, and she nodded with a firm look on her beautiful face. If you don't want to leave, then we will, Nancy exclaimed, then grabbed my hands, and we headed to the entrance after paying for the food that was barely half eaten. It will go to waste because of Robin. Oh no, she's coming with me. Robin approached me, aiming for my elbow, but Sky blocked him by shoving his body aside. She was strong. Way too strong. When did that happen? Don't touch her ever again. She raised her voice, catching some customers' attention along with the kind waiter. They looked worried. Move. As Robin wanted to slap Sky, a man's hand stopped him by grabbing his hand at the last moment. I looked at him, then realized that I had seen him in Julian's house. I think his name was Cody, Julian's best friend. He had dirty blonde hair and brown eyes. He was good-looking, but not as much as Julian. What the hell am I thinking about at such a time? Don't you dare touch what's mine, Cody yelled at him, then twisted his arm, and finally, he fell to the ground, groaning in pain. Is Cody Sky's boyfriend? She never told me she had one. But then again, I never told her I was mistreated. Cody turned his gaze to Sky, and he looked mad and anxious. Are you okay, love? He hugged her protectively. They look nice together. They suit each other. Yeah, I'm all right. I could have handled him alone, you know. Sky commented with a grin. Cody raised his eyebrows, then laughed. Sure, whatever helps you sleep at night, in my arms. He winked at her, and she turned red like a tomato. I cooed uncontrollably, and that made the couple look at me. Oh, Lewin, Stella, are you okay? Cody asked me as he stepped closer to me. I nodded with a smile. I guess I was famous after that break-in. I believe we haven't officially met yet. I'm Cody, Julian's best friend and Sky's boyfriend. He held his hand for me to shake. As I was about to do that, I saw Robin from the corner of my eye, holding a chair and aiming it at me. I shielded my head with my fragile arms, bracing for the impact, but nothing came. I just heard glass shattering and chairs breaking. I opened my eyes to be greeted by a large figure standing in front of me, just like before. Julian. I looked at the floor and saw Robin lying unconscious. You'll think twice before hurting my mate. She is mine, he said, and I arched my eyebrows in confusion. Mate? As a friend? And I am his? What was going on? He turned to look at me, checking for any injury. When he saw none, he let out a soft breath. Thank God. He put his head on my shoulder, staying close to me. I sighed in contentment. Don't worry, I'm okay, I whispered. He raised his head and looked at me with his dazzling honey eyes. I got scared for a minute when I saw that he was about to hit you with the damn chair, he said, and I put my hand in his. What's this pull? Is it normal to feel like that? For a stranger that I met yesterday? I'm feeling things I can't quite describe, though they are good feelings. What are you doing here? I asked as we exited the restaurant and entered the car that was filled with bags. Cody took Robin, who was still unconscious, somewhere, and when I asked, Julian said not to worry about him anymore. I'm here because Mom called me, saying that your brother's friend was here, so here I am, he explained. Rather too fast. How did you make it in time? I asked, feeling more comfortable with him by the moment. It's like I've known him for years. Like we were meant to be. What am I talking about? I'm probably losing it. I rode with him, and Nancy took Sky home after saying goodbye. He looked at me for a second, then he turned his gaze to the road. I was near, he reasoned, and I nodded, exhausted from today's events. Can't I just be normal one day? Is that too much to ask for? As I was thinking of my difficult life, I felt my eyelids become heavy, and it was hard to keep them open. So darkness took over, and I was in nightmare land. My past horrible life with Raymond. Chapter 13. I was with Dad, dealing with Joey's new appearance, when Mom mind-linked me. She told me that a guy named Robin wouldn't leave my beautiful mate alone. He was friends with her unstable brother. I got furious when I replayed these words in my head, making me lose control over my wolf, Peter, and Shift. He was running faster than I had ever felt while grabbing my clothes in his mouth. I did not want to walk without clothes into the mall. I'm going to end that man. He touches her, he's finished. Peter growled. I am giving you my blessing because if you don't stop him, I will. I saw the restaurant and some humans, forcing Peter to shift back. I wore my clothes, but Peter remained in control. That should be good. We entered the restaurant to see a scene that made my blood boil with fury. A man was about to swing a chair at Stella, and when she saw him, she shielded herself, holding her hands to her head, waiting for the blow. I regained control of my body and dashed to her rescue. Before I could talk with anyone, my fists found their way to his jaw and nose. I heard sounds that made me smile with satisfaction. His face was now injured. No one hurts what's mine and gets away with it. He was shocked at first, but then tried to fight back once he realized that I was fighting for her. Time for justice, Peter commented, and I smirked. The man tried to punch me, but he was way too slow and unfocused. I held his hands and lifted him up in the air easily. I grinned, then tossed him to a nearby table that had cups of glass on it. It shattered into small pieces. The man hit his head and nose again on his way down, and that caused him to bleed. Good. After seeing him unconscious, I breathed slowly, getting calmer by the moment. A couple of police officers, who were part of my pack, came and dealt with the scene. I looked at Mom, and she smiled, nodding proudly at me. I turned my head to her left to see my precious mate standing still. She looked puzzled by me, but I did not care. I just hugged her tightly but gently. I breathed in her scent that made my wolf howl with contentment. After we got home, I led Stella to my room to take a warm, long shower. Thank you for today. It's only my second day here, and you have already saved me twice. I'm a burden. She looked down with a pout. She's cute and innocent, Peter said, and I nodded. I absolutely agree with you, I replied, then my hand found its way to lift her chin up gently. I smiled. No, you are not a burden. You are my mate. I love helping you. You are sweet, innocent, and shy. So no need to thank me. You are part of my family now. I told her my feelings while touching her soft cheek. You do realize that you just called her mate, right? Peter pointed out, and my eyes widened. Oh. As she wanted to comment on what I had just said, I walked her to the bathroom. Now, go take a long shower, clear your mind so we can watch movies later, all night long, with some pizza, I said and saw her eyes sparkle a little bit. Good, she forgot. Hopefully. I'll just tell her when the time is right. Really? Wait, but I just ate. She pouted, looking as cute as ever. I noticed that she gets worried about irrelevant things, and I needed to let her understand that whatever she wants, she gets. Doesn't matter, now go. I closed the door behind her after handing her my shirt and sweatpants. Apparently, she forgot to buy pajamas. Okay, she said, and I got out of my bedroom to the living room. As I entered, I saw some of the pack members shouting over the TV screen. Guys. I yelled over the shouting because clapping my hands did not work. They stopped their excitement and looked at me with respect. Alpha, they replied. I hate to do this to you, but I need you to get out for a day, I said, and they actually whined. Grown men whining. We have a good relationship. It was not just the Alpha and his pack members. It was my friends and I. They are all my friends here, and I respect them and they respect me. My pack is so big, it has more than 700 members, but I literally know each one of them. I love my pack, and I was ready to be their legit alpha now that I had found my mate. They called me Alpha, now out of respect, but we all knew that I needed my mate, so it could become official. Guys, please. I need some alone time with my mate, you know, to explain things to her. So, can you leave and come back when I mind link you? I asked. If they do not agree, handle them, Peter suggested, and it was not a bad idea. They looked at each other, then smiled. Yes, Julian. If they ever call me by my name like that, it means that they are happy for me and ready to support me. They know how much I have waited for Stella, and they understand that. Thank you, guys, I smiled brightly. You have to introduce her to us. Officially, Alexander, one of my closest friends, remarked, and I nodded. Sure thing, just whenever she's ready. With that, they all left, leaving me alone in the big house with her. We gotta drop some hints that you are a werewolf, Peter commented, and I rolled my eyes. That wolf, why does he think that I want to be alone with her? After some time of setting things up, I heard Stella call my name. I'm in the living room, I said, and waited for her. I heard her small feet making contact with the stairs, and I wanted to embrace her so tightly that she became a part of me. There are other ways she can become a part of you. Peter's smirk made me roll my eyes, but the wolf was not wrong about our connection. Stella showed up wearing my clothes in the living room, making her look even more appealing. Hey, she waved, then she sat on the beanbag chair. Hi, the pizza will be here in about 10 minutes. I'll start a movie, is that okay with you? I asked, grabbing the remote control. She nodded. What do you want to watch? I asked her, and she shrugged her shoulders. I looked through the movies, then found one that she might like. How about 10 Things I Hate About You? I asked, and she nodded. Sounds cool. Chapter 14. The pizza arrived about 15 minutes after starting the movie. I did not mind watching this movie because I actually did not know the plot. I have not watched movies ever since the mistreatment started. I was not allowed to, seeing as it might make me smile, and smiling was not allowed in the house, based on Raymond. He was so unstable. I used to see and hear a lot of my classmates talking about famous movies, actors, and actresses, and when they asked me if I had watched any of them, I would always lie, saying, I'm not a fan. So I found my escape through books, old ones that my parents used to own. I was not allowed to buy new books either. I learned to love and cherish them, mainly because they belonged to my parents. I learned to find my peace while drowning in the world of fantasy and love. I do not think I'll ever get the chance to experience true love. I'm alone, isn't that right? Mom? Dad? How do you like the movie so far, Stella? Julian asked, bringing me back to reality. Huh? I raised my eyebrows in confusion because I did not hear him. I was not paying any attention. Typical of me. I said, how do you like the movie so far? He asked again with a smile. Oh, it's cool, I replied, not knowing what to say next. He stared at the TV with a slice of pizza in his hand. I wanted to ask why his eye color changed when he hugged me a while back. Julian, I trailed off, grabbing back his attention. Yes, he said, waiting for me to speak. Why did your eye color change? I asked. What do you mean? He asked, acting clueless. I'm not buying that. Your eye color, they changed from honey to dark brown and almost black, I know you know. I crossed my arms. I want to know something about him. Last time I checked, he knows a lot about me. Oh, that. Huh, he rubbed the nape of his neck, averting eye contact. He would not go off easily. It was only fair that I know something about him. Yeah, well, it's complicated. I think it's not the best time to tell you, he reasoned, and I nodded, not buying it completely. Okay, that got me more curious now. Okay, what about your growling? Why do you always growl when you're angry? I crossed my legs, making myself look more intimidating. He sat the same way, facing me. And that I can't tell you right now, but I promise that I'll tell you when the time is right because I don't want you to freak out, he explained, and I arched my eyebrows. Why would I freak out? Wait, you are not a vampire, are you? I asked, being dead serious. I read a lot of vampire books in the public library to the point that I believe they exist. No one could judge me because if anyone were in my shoes, they would want to believe in something other than the harsh reality. Julian looked at me like I had grown two heads, but he actually looked offended. No, I'm not a vampire, he replied as he rolled his eyes. This was the first time I saw him acting so comfortably goofy around me. Anyway, let's continue the movie, he added while handing me a slice of pizza. After we finished 2 movies, he insisted that we should watch the last song, saying that I would love it, and I did. It was safe to say that my favorite genre was romance. I felt really tired and wanted to sleep. Julian, I think I'll go and sleep, I announced as I stood up really fast, which was a bad idea because I felt so dizzy, making me lose my balance. I waited for my head to slam into the floor, but I did not fall. Julian had his strong arms around me in an instant, supporting me with my wobbly legs. "Are you okay?" he asked, the worry reflecting all over his handsome face. He looked like a painting out of a museum, so perfect in his imperfections. I noticed that his nose was slightly crooked, probably from a fight, and he had a small scar on his jaw. He was captivating. I stood up with much more balance. "Yes, I just felt a little dizzy." "Don't worry," I reassured him with a smile. As I wanted to walk away, he scooped me in his arms and carried me bridal style to the room that he said I could sleep in. What are you doing?" He put me down, I stuttered, feeling my cheeks get warm by the second. I did not hate that he was able to lift me so easily, but it had only been 2 days since I met him, and he was acting like we had been living together for years. Curse this mysterious connection. "Nope, I'll take you there myself." "Who knows, you might fall on your way up the stairs," he cleared firmly, and I felt defeated. Or did I just want him to carry me? I sighed, resting my arms on his chest. I looked up at his face, and he was so focused on the way ahead. "What?" he suddenly asked, looking at me confused. What? I returned the question. "Why are you staring?" "I can feel your gaze on me," he pointed out, and I felt my cheeks warm up. Oh God, this is so embarrassing. I wasn't staring. He muttered, not believing me. I would not believe me either. I was totally staring at him. "Anyway, put me down. I can walk." I changed the subject. He looked at me with his beautiful, clear, honey eyes. "Nope." As we entered the room, he put me on the bed and made his way out of the big room. I don't deserve all this. It's too good, Julian is too nice. Or is that just a mask? It was 3 days later when I sniffed the air in my sleep and smelled smoke. I rose from the bed and looked around me to see nothing, no fire, no smoke, but I saw a red light reflecting through the window on the bedroom wall. I got closer to the window and saw the garden on fire. The fire was already eating up everything there, and it was making its way to the house. I ran outside of the room and started yelling fire. But not just me. Julian was yelling at the top of his lungs, and sometimes his eyes would get foggy. It was not the time to question it. Everyone who was in their rooms got out with panicked expressions. I saw Julian running toward the back door, where the fire was. Julian held the fire extinguisher and handed another 2 to his men. "Come on. The fire is getting closer to the house. Someone call the fire department," Julian ordered firmly. I ran behind him, wanting to help. "Julian, what should I do?" He stopped in his tracks and turned to face me. "Nothing. You stay at the front door until the firefighters get here. Outside, please, where there is no fire. Don't say no and go." "I beg you," he replied, almost yelling because of the noise, and I nodded. No point in arguing. But I wanted to help. I ran in the opposite direction. I saw all the men running to the fire. I don't want them to get hurt. I looked at the time, and it was almost 3 in the morning. As I opened the main door, I was greeted by an arrow that stopped near me and got stuck on the door frame. I gulped and then looked at the arrow in shock. It had a letter attached to it. Chapter 15. I took the letter from the arrow and tore it open to read words written in red ink. People still do that? I started reading it, but felt scared and confused at the same time. "Julian, I know you hate me, and I can't blame you for that because I detest you in every possible way. You may become the alpha after you've found your mate, who appears so weak, by the way. I will defeat you. Defeat your family. Defeat your pack. The Graymod Pack will sink into the darkness. My world. P.S. I hope the fire has lightened up your dark night a bit." I was shaking so hard to the point of dropping the letter on the floor, and my vision got blurry. A minute later, I snapped out of my daze and grabbed it once again and headed back to Julian. I have to warn him. I ran at full speed, and since I was naturally fast and ran track, I got there in no time. I looked around me and saw all the men trying to put out the fire, or at least calm the flames until the firefighters got there. Where are they? I searched for Julian through the big crowd, then I spotted him standing near the long hoses. Thank God he's tall. I dashed towards him. When he saw me running, He let go of the hoses with a frantic expression and opened his arms. I wasted no time and embraced him. Well, he embraced me. I looked at his hands and face and saw soot and signs of the struggle against the fire. He's exhausted. What are you doing here? I told you to run to safety, Stella, he yelled through the loud noise. I felt intimidated by him for a split second, but shaken the feeling and gazed at him with so much confidence. I know, but there was an arrow on the door frame. I found this letter attached to it. I showed it to him. He started reading it, but with every word that he read, he seemed more agitated. Okay, he's upset at the moment, and I'll not make it worse. Did you see anyone suspicious? He asked me as he put the letter in his pocket. I shook my head. No, and even if there was any, it would be hard to see them through the smoke and darkness, I reasoned. He nodded, then started leading me to safety. I stopped, and he looked at me confused. Why did you stop? I want to help, I stated. He huffed, then grabbed my arm gently. No, you are not staying here. Now come with me, he ordered, but I did not move. Come on, Stella. Let's go, he demanded in a higher tone. Yet I didn't move. I want to help. I can't just stand there without doing anything. I can't just hide from the fire and let you deal with this alone. I want to be useful. You have been kind to me, you accepted me. I want to at least repay you, and you know that I can't with money, but I can with this. Let me dash. I did not get to finish my sentence because Julian leaned down and placed a gentle kiss on my lips. What just happened? I blinked, closed my eyes, then got back to reality and looked at Julian. I felt affection and care, which was absolutely surprising since we had not known each other for a long time. It had not been a week. I did not pull away, I felt safe. I thank God he was holding my hands, or else I might have lost my balance. I felt a sense of calm. I felt the warmth radiating from him. I did not want to move, but I had to because I heard sirens. Julian looked at me with a genuine smile. Guess you don't have to help after all. The firefighters are here now, so relax. The fire will be put down in no time. Let's get you to clean your face. You have a lot of smoke on it, he said, and I felt surprised by him. Is he ignoring the fact that he just kissed me? That was my first real kiss. Once, Robin forced me into an uncomfortable situation, and I felt uneasy for days. Stella. Julian nudged my shoulder gently. Why? I was too distracted by the moment that I did not notice Cody, who was standing in front of us with a smile on his face. What? I asked him with arched eyebrows. Oh my. Did he see the kiss? You had a moment there, he stated with humor filling his tone. I rolled my eyes but felt my cheeks get warm. Not from the fire. This is so embarrassing. Why did he kiss me? I'm not special. I have nothing. I literally arrived at his house and caused a scene. I seem to attract trouble. So why kiss me? Come on, Stella. Let's go. He held my hand and led me to the house. I looked behind me and saw that the fire had almost subsided. Good. No one was badly injured. I fastened my steps to match Julian's. He walked too fast, and he was tall. We entered the house to see a big mess. The house was in disarray. Blankets everywhere, pillows on the floor. Looks like we got some cleaning to do, I said, and Julian sighed. Time to clean. Let me ask again. Why did he kiss me? Chapter 16. When I saw her running towards me, through the smoke, I lost it. I had to protect her safety, and her being out here made it difficult for me to do so. What is she doing here? Peter asked, then I saw a piece of paper in her hand. I have no idea, I replied. Then I opened my arms for her, not expecting her to accept my embrace. But to my delight, she dove right in. I felt a warmth from her presence. Peter howled, feeling content and satisfied. What are you doing here? I told you to run to safety, Stella. She looked at me, and I saw the determination in her stunning, unique gray eyes. They looked like fire due to the reflection of the actual flames, and they told a million stories. I know, but there was an arrow on the door frame. I found this letter attached to it. She handed it to me, and I started reading it. The words got me agitated, and I wanted to shift into my wolf form and start running into the woods, but I was wiser than my impulses. Most of the time. That's Joey, Peter commented. Yes, I know. I'll have to talk with his dad and my dad. First thing tomorrow morning, I said, then blocked Peter because his growling in my head was becoming unbearable, especially with all the commotion. Did you see anyone suspicious? I asked as I put the letter in my pocket. I need to show it to my uncle. Stella is in danger now because of my family and not hers. I can't risk her safety. She shook her head. No, and even if there was any, it would be hard to see them through the smoke and darkness. I nodded, then started leading her to safety, but she suddenly stopped and looked at me. Why did you stop? I asked her, confused and eager to move again. I want to help, she stated stubbornly. I huffed, annoyed and tired from all this chaos in my life. Not her, but the circumstances. I just want to rest with her in my arms. No, you're not. Now come with me, you can't stay here. She will be a perfect Luna because she challenges you, Peter commented, and I ignored him. Like seriously now? Come on, Stella. Let's go, I demanded in a higher tone to make her feel the urgency. Yet, she did not move an inch. I admired her stance, but it was not the time. I looked at her, wanting to carry her, but she started talking, making me pause my plan. I want to help. I can't just stand there without doing anything. I can't just hide from the fire. I want to be useful. You have been kind to me, you accepted me. I want to at least repay you, and you know that I can't with money, but I can with this. Let me held dash. I got impatient with her long speech, so I did the only thing that came to my mind. I kissed her so she would stop worrying. Yeah, just to stop her, Peter popped in my head, and I rolled my eyes mentally. She was mine. You need to tell her about us. Peter remarked, and I thought about it. When the time is right, I replied and held her close. I swear that her presence was magnetic. The feeling was amazing. I wanted to stay like this, but sadly, she pushed me away gently when she heard the sirens. Perfect timing. I looked at her with a genuine smile. Guess you don't have to help after all. The firefighters are here now, so relax. The fire will be put down in no time. Let's get you to clean your face, you have a lot of smoke on it. I said, trying to change the subject. If we talked about the kiss now, it would be awkward for me to look into her eyes. That was my first kiss. The only woman who kissed me on the cheeks was my mom. I'm afraid that she will be upset after this, and I don't want that. I can't be without her. I looked up to see Cody standing there, smiling. Stella. I nudged her shoulder gently to grab her attention. Why yeah, she said, then looked at Cody, and her cheeks turned bright red. What? She asked him with arched eyebrows. He saw us for sure. You had a moment there, Cody stated. I rolled my eyes at him. Come on, Stella, let's go. I held her hand and led her to the house. She looked behind for a second, then turned back. She's worried about my pack members. She has Luna instincts in her. Peter was right. We entered the house to see the big chaos. The house was a mess. A big mess that needed to be cleaned. Blankets were everywhere, pillows on the floor, even food. Who was eating at this hour? Not that I really care, but come on, it was 2 in the morning when the fire began. Looks like we got some cleaning to do, she stated, and I sighed. I dislike cleaning, but I also dislike the mess, so I have no other choice. I woke up the next morning to see myself sleeping on the couch with Stella in my arms. She was sleeping peacefully. We must have fallen asleep right after we finished cleaning. We were so tired that I did not see where I slept. I kissed her forehead and got up. I wrote her a letter that stated my whereabouts and that I would send Sky to keep her company. I will not leave her alone. I called my uncle, Joey's dad, and told him to meet me at Dad's house. My uncle was furious with Joey after what he did to us, and that was why he would help me find him to deal with the situation. I hope we find him fast so I can stop him from thinking of hurting Stella. He will face the consequences. Chapter 17. When I got a call from Julian, he told me he wanted to speak with our uncle about an important matter related to Joey. He asked if I could stay with Stella while he was away, and I was more than thrilled to hang out with my best friend outside of school. I made her breakfast, seeing as she was still sleeping and looked exhausted from yesterday's events. Even though we were best friends, she never told me about her situation, nor how she ended up in my cousin's house. I was elated when I learned that she was Julian's mate and our future Luna, but how they met was what was bugging me. When I asked Aunt Nancy, she told me that it was not her story to tell, and I kind of felt hurt that I did not know about what was going on in her life. I would wait for her to open up to me and trust me with her secrets. As I was thinking of what her secrets could be, Stella stood near the counter, rubbing the sleep from her unique gray eyes. I smiled. "Good morning, sleepyhead. Did you enjoy your dreams?" I asked while flipping the pancakes. They landed perfectly on the big plate. "Nailed it," I commented happily and saw Stella with a wide smile. "That was awesome, and good morning. Did Julian send you to babysit?" she joked as she sat on a chair near the fridge. "Yeah, and I miss my best girl. I want to spend some alone time with you. Don't think I forgot you owe me an explanation, young lady." I pointed the spoon at her face with a smirk. She sighed and whispered something very low. Even my ears did not catch. My wolf got irritated that her high sense of hearing did not work here. "Okay, but I need to eat first," she said, and I handed her some pancakes. I sat next to her, texting Cody, telling him my whereabouts. I did not want him to worry and go frantic. "I hope you liked your food." "Are you kidding? This is amazing. When did you learn to cook?" "You sucked at everything related to housing stuff." I rolled my eyes. "Oh please, I always knew how to cook. I was just hiding my talent and giving other people the opportunity to shine," I reasoned. It was just pancakes. A couple of seconds later, we burst out laughing. She knew that I suck at everything related to being wife material, but I did not want to agree. "Are your new talents for your boyfriend?" she asked, and I felt my cheeks heat up. Darn, she's smart. Except, he's not just my boyfriend. He's my mate, my one and only love. I can't tell her that until Julian tells her the truth about him. "Yeah, I really love him," I replied honestly as we got up and headed to her room. I really give credit to Julian for being patient with her. It was hard for mates not to come into physical contact with each other as soon as they saw each other. Julian was strong, but he could not last more than a month without creating that bond, to let everyone know that she was his mate and Luna. I wish you all the best and to live happily ever after with him," Stella prayed, and I giggled. "Thank you. Now, enough about me, let's talk about you, Stella," I said as we sat on the couch, facing each other. She sighed. "Okay, what do you want to know?" "Start with you being in my cousin's house." "I'm not being rude or anything, but I need to know." "You are always welcome here," I cleared. A few seconds passed, and she looked determined. "Do you remember my brother Raymond?" "What about him?" "I never liked him. He was weird." "He's not the ideal brother you might think he is," she said, and I wanted to correct her by saying that I never thought of him as ideal, but let her finish. "Raymond is abusive. That awful man." "Elaborate, please." "He hit you?" I asked, getting angry and ready to protect. Even my wolf got mad since she was our future Luna. She averted her eyes and sighed. "Yes, and not just your typical domestic violence. He always found new ways to hurt me." "Oh, if I see him." "I felt off when I saw him once." "Never liked him." "How could he do that to you?" "That's sick, man." I raised my tone, surprising her in the process. "Sorry, but since when?" "When did it all start?" "I received my first beating when I was 10. The abuse lasted until I escaped and ended up here by chance." My eyes widened. I was an awful friend for not noticing anything odd. How did I miss the signs? 8 years? Why didn't you say anything? I've been your best friend and sister for years. How can you not tell me? I could have helped. I will end him if I see him, Sky. My wolf growled in my head, and I understood her rage. I got scared. He threatened to hurt whoever I told, so I stayed quiet for years. "I did not want to drag anyone with me," she replied, and I felt angry at myself. She was always smiling. She always gave the feeling that she was a strong, independent, and happy girl. I'm such a terrible sister. I did not realize I was crying until she wiped my tears. She was mistreated, and I was crying. "Woman up, Sky." "Don't cry," she whispered soothingly. "I'm so sorry, Stella. I should have known. I should have asked. I'm sorry." I apologized over and over again until she pinched my lips together. It kind of hurt. Just shut up, will ya? It's not your fault. I'm glad to have you. You are one of the main reasons I stayed happy at school. I always looked forward to our meetings. Thank you for that, Sky. I suddenly remembered her saying something important. Why did you break into Julian's house? I get that you wanted to escape, and I am happy that you did, but why now? What triggered it? Raymond wanted to force me into a terrible situation with his friends, so I escaped. I ran into the woods until I saw a sign of civilization, so I dashed toward it. It happened to be Julian's house, and I am grateful that he was nice enough to help, she explained, and I nodded in understanding. I embraced her really tightly. Oh, I'm so gonna make him pay when I see him. How dare he? I yelled in a frustrated tone. He was worse than rogues. She hugged me back. Thank you, Sky. I really needed a friend. It felt nice to finally tell you. I always felt guilty for not sharing that part of my life with you. What can I do without you? I know I'm awesome, no need to say it. Julian had better tell her fast, because I could not keep my secret from her, especially after she told me her deepest one. Let's just tell her, my wolf commented. No, it's Julian's job, and he better do it quickly, I replied. Chapter 18. Who's hungry? Julian asked as he put the pizza boxes on the table. He got back at 8 in the evening, and I got butterflies just looking at him. We just ate, but who could say no to pizza? Isn't that right, Stella? Sky winked. I nodded. I can eat some more. Not because I'm hungry or that I like pizza. It's because I don't want to make Julian sad. He's too sweet to say no to, and I need to talk with him about the kiss. Was it just to shut me up? Was he making fun of me? I'm a toy in his eyes, or what? Good, now dig in, ladies. I'll take a quick shower, then I'll drive Sky to Cody's house. He wants to see you, Julian cleared, then he headed upstairs. I took a slice and watched Sky put on a mix of spices on the pizza. They were not even for pizza. That's gross, but people have different tastes, so I can't complain. Stella, are you okay? Sky's sudden question took me off guard. I looked into her eyes and saw concern, worry, and sadness. Yeah, why? She sighed. I don't know, I mean, your life was hard, and I didn't know. How are you feeling? Leave your physical status aside. Tell me about your mental status. Are you tired? She asked, but I felt like an arrow struck through my heart because she hit a nerve. She's right. I'm exhausted. Not just tired. Yeah, but everything will be all right. I have you, Julian, and his parents' support. I'll survive like I always do, I said. I love you, Stella, and if Julian treats you wrong in any way, though he would never, just tell me. You have my number, and I have a shovel. Her indirect threat made me laugh, and I felt at ease. Don't worry, he's too sweet to do that, I said, but she frowned. If only you'd know, she whispered, but I got confused. What did she mean? Was Julian not sweet? Was it an act? What do you mean a dash? I was cut off by Julian's sudden appearance. He glared at Sky, probably because she said something she was not supposed to say, which made me worry. Okay, let's go, ladies. Stella, we will drop her at Cody's house. I'm not leaving you alone, not after yesterday's incident. He held my hand, and his touch instantly sent shivers and sparks down my spine. It felt amazing. Come on, let's go. I missed him. Sky got excited to see her boyfriend again. She really loves him. Apparently, she's living with him. After we got into Julian's Jeep, Sky started singing what was on the radio. I sat next to Julian, and Sky sat in the back. It was Sky's idea for me to sit next to him, but I did not object. After 5 minutes of intense singing, Julian snapped. Sky, would you just shut up? You cannot sing to save your life. Whoever told you that you have a lovely voice was lying to make you feel better, but I'm family, so you suck. Julian's outburst shocked me, and I felt bad for her. She does have a terrible voice. I know my voice sounds like a dying cat, but I can't help it. I love singing, so suck it up and drive quietly, she replied with a sly smile, and I sighed. Now she won't ever stop. Way to go, Julian. When we arrived, Cody was already waiting outside. Hey guys, he greeted, and I shook his hand. Good evening, Cody. Please, take good care of my best friend, I said, smiling, and he returned a wider smile. I saw the sincerity in his eyes. I will, he simply replied. He was a great man, from what I have gathered so far, perfect for Sky. I hope to see their wedding one day. Okay, we'll be off. Cody? Julian said as we were about to leave. Tell your girl not to sing because she has an awful voice, Julian pleaded with his eyes, and Cody stiffened. He went through that before. Yeah, I know what you're talking about, Cody sighed, then Sky hit his back. Really hard. He winced in pain. What? You're supposed to be on my side, not his. I'm your girlfriend, she pouted, and I chuckled. They are so cute. But what always grabs my attention is that they always change what they wanted to say. What are they hiding? Well, it's not my place to ask. Not now, at least. Sorry, babe, I love you. Cody kissed her nose, and I melted at the sight. Sky's cheeks turned red. I could not blame her. We were suckers for romance. Bye guys, we need to go. Julian put his arm around my shoulders, and I liked how natural his touch was becoming. Is admiration at first sight a thing? We started walking to the car. What do you want to listen to? Julian asked me after we drove off home. Home? Did his house feel like home? Was I that broken? Whatever you like, I replied. Okay then, you'll love this song. He turned on the radio, and the song If You Told Me to by Hinter Hayes was on. I love this song. Hope you enjoy my singing, he said, and I looked at him, confused and worried. Don't tell me you sing like Sky, I pointed out. Oh no, I really have a good voice. That's why Sky's singing bothered me. She was so off-tone, he replied, and I sighed with relief. He cleared his throat and began singing. He can sing. When he took a lift after the junction, he abruptly stopped the Jeep, and I almost bumped my head on the dashboard, but he held me back. Oh shit, not now, Julian whispered under his breath. I looked at him, confused, but then I looked at the road and my eyes widened. Wolves. Chapter 19. I looked at the wolves in front of us. It was not the time for this. She was my priority. They are not rogues, Peter stated, and I felt him enter defensive mode. I did not blame him. We did not know if they were friendly or not. We have to protect Stella, I announced, and Peter howled. They would not touch her. What should we do? Stella's question broke my conversation with Peter. I looked at her worried eyes, then I cupped her small, soft face in my rather large hands. Don't worry. If you see me acting weird, please don't panic. I'll protect you. Please don't hate me after this, okay? I rubbed her cheeks with my thumbs, and she was so confused yet nodded without saying a word. How much I adore her. As I wanted to get out of the Jeep, ready to deal with this, she grabbed my shirt. Can't we just turn back? She whispered, fearing they would make a sudden move. No, there are a lot of them and they'll follow us. I don't want to put anyone else in danger. I'll just handle them all. Have faith in me, I explained with pleading eyes. Do you speak wolf or something? She joked, but my serious expression told her that I was not in the mood for jokes. Fine, okay. I believe in you, Julian, but please stay safe and don't get too close. She gave me a quick kiss on my cheek, which sent sparks through my whole body. For a human, she was bold, and I loved it. I smiled and then got out of the Jeep. Let me do the talking, Peter suggested, and I agreed. Wolves could make contact with each other even if I was in my human form, which was good because I was trying my best not to shift in front of Stella. It would scare her. She would probably run away from me. Who are you? And what do you want? Peter asked them, and one of the big black wolves stepped forward. He had a strong aura, but he was not an alpha, that was for sure. He was more of a warrior or a leader. You don't have to know us, but we need your mate over there, he responded, and I growled with fury at the mention of my Stella. No one touches a single hair of hers. Glancing at her is an offense, and they will pay for it. You will not lay a finger on her. I'll ask you again, and you'd better answer before I lose it. Who are you? Peter demanded. I felt like I was on fire from my building rage. I needed to shift. I'll say that again. You don't need to know. We just came here to take her with us. Now move, the black wolf replied and started walking towards Stella's side. I looked at her and saw fear, trepidation, and fright. They must be foolish to think that they could take a Luna away from her alpha. Over my dead body. I stepped in front of him and blocked his way, and when he tried to pass me, I did not let him. "We need to shift," Peter ordered, and I thought about it for a second. Stella would be shocked for sure, but I could not risk her safety. She was my angel whom I could not lose. She was my missing piece all these years, my everything. I would not let anyone lay a hand on her. She was mine, and no one would take her away from me. Shift. That was all it took for Peter to transform. Bone cracks were heard, and loud howls became more audible. Shifting did not hurt, but it still looked frightening to humans. I looked at Stella from the corner of my eye and saw her jaw drop and her eyes wide open. Her hands went to her forehead to check if she was seeing things, and I felt a pang in my chest. Her tears fell out of her glassy gray eyes, and I hated myself. My heart was aching from the pain of seeing her cry because of me. She was scared. No, she was terrified of me. I could not look at her any longer, so I turned my gaze to the now average-sized wolves. Being an alpha meant having a larger body shape and size and more authority. Alphas were much more powerful than normal wolves. I was stronger than the strongest warrior. I went through intensive training during the 2 years I spent without my mate because I needed to distract myself. I growled really loud, causing most wolves to back down a little and whimper. Alpha presence affects them. "Stay back," I yelled, but they found their courage and growled back at me. I did not budge. They sounded weak. The black wolf decided to be the pioneer and attack first. He aimed for my neck since it was the most vulnerable part of a wolf, but I dodged him. He fell on the ground behind me with a loud thud. He must have injured a leg since he fell on a rock in an odd position. Before he could stand on all four and fight like a real warrior, I heard Stella shouting, "Julian, behind you." She pointed, and I looked behind me to see 3 wolves jumping on my back. They were heavy, but that did not stop me from taking them down. I rolled with them until 2 out of the 3 released me, but the last one was so stubborn and young. I think he was 15 or so. I did not want to hurt him, so I just shoved him off of me. I looked around me and saw 6 to 7 more wolves preparing to attack. I just kept on beating them up without killing anyone. They were young and forced to fight because of their alpha's commands, whom I would stop. They could not go against his orders, and I understood. They were not that strong, so I took them all down after a short while of fighting. I looked around me and found no wolf standing. They were either on the floor, or they ran to their pack. I shifted back and grabbed clothes that were in the trunk. I got into the Jeep and started the engine without saying a word to Stella, who was staring at me in disbelief. "Well, you just shifted in front of her." Of course, she'd find it shocking. Peter found that it was the perfect time to comment. I ignored him and drove off to my own house. Not the pack house. It was crowded and I was done. Stella was staying in the pack's house, not mine to adjust. I hoped she did. It was time for me to speak with her properly about our kind. I hoped she could handle the facts because, from the looks of it, she looked like she was about to faint. Wait. She fainted. Chapter 20. I could not believe my own eyes. Julian just turned into a wolf. A wolf, and I asked if he was a vampire. I was so mistaken. That was why he looked offended. I would be too if I were one. Focus, Stella. Supernatural does exist. I studied the animal very carefully. He was large, huge even, and absolutely beautiful. The gray fur reflected glamorously under the moonlight. It was a breathtaking view. I pinched my arm just to make sure I was not imagining things. I tend to do that. Julian turned and looked at me with his entrancing honey eyes. He was worried. I was scared, yes. Maybe it was showing on my face, but I was not scared to the point of disliking him as he said before. I was intrigued and confused. I had tears all over my face because I was overwhelmed by the events and the chaos. You may call me crazy, but that is what I felt the most at that moment. Adoration. As I was absorbing the fact that he was a real werewolf, I saw 3 others trying to jump on Julian's back. My hands were moving on their own. My mind was not functioning properly. I opened the door and shouted for Julian to watch out. When he turned around, the 3 jumped on him and limited his movements, but not for long. He was too strong for them. He was invincible, but with a warm heart, if I must say. He did not end anyone, even though he could have easily done that. Julian was a kind-hearted werewolf. At least, that was what I saw. He was fighting them to protect me. He sacrificed his secret for me. I could not possibly dislike him even if I wanted to. As time passed, he was the only one standing. I saw him shift back to his human form, then he quickly put on some clothes. I was not in the right state of mind to process everything I had just seen. When he entered the Jeep, I looked at him and waited for him to speak until I felt darkness taking over my field of vision. I was out. I was being carried, and it was a foreign feeling, so I opened my eyes only to be greeted by a soft smile. "Hey," Julian said softly, and I felt safe. Then everything came back to me. He was a wolf. "Hey, is it finally time to talk to me about you now?" I asked. He nodded. "Yes, it is. I'll tell you everything as soon as we enter my house," he cleared, and I looked around to see a very large and new house. The garden was so wide that I could not see the main entrance until I got closer. "This is your house?" I asked, bewildered by the scene. "He is wealthy." "Yes, and I live alone. We will stay here for a while because it's safer for you to be here than in the pack house," he answered. "Pack house?" "I'll just wait for him to talk." He opened the door, but not with a key. He opened it with his fingerprint. The house was well protected and secured. The glass looked so sturdy, and the door was reinforced. As he stepped foot into the house, I tried to stand on my feet, but he refused to let me go. He tightened his grip on me gently. "Julian, I can walk," I stated, and he rolled his eyes playfully. "I know, but I want you in my arms," he stated back, and I had no reply to him. I just blushed. He walked to a big living room that was beautifully decorated, but the books on the long shelves were what grabbed my attention the most. Julian placed me on the couch, and he sat next to me. He was close. Our knees were touching. This proximity sent a sense of warmth and connection through me. "Okay, so I'll start by stating the now obvious. I'm a werewolf." He began, and I had so many questions. "I have a pack, and it's called the Graymod Pack." "Like a flock." He chuckled. "It's like a big family that has a lot of werewolf members. My pack has about 700 members. They are all family." He glanced at the wall with pictures for a second, then back at me and continued. "We have titles, like in companies. My title is the Alpha, well, soon to be Alpha. My dad is currently the Alpha, and my mom is the Luna. Alpha blood is inherited. My parents are the leaders of the whole pack, like presidents or CEOs. They symbolize the mother and father to all members, and their word is respected and cherished by all. Then there is the Beta, who is second in command, like a vice president, and the Alpha's right-hand dash. As Julian wanted to continue, I cut him off. "What's a Luna?" I asked. He said she was like a mother figure, but I needed more information. He smiled for some reason. As I said, the Luna is the female leader of the pack. She's hand in hand with the Alpha, who is her mate. Before you ask about mates, I'll tell you. Am I that predictable? Stella, mates are like soulmates to humans, but in the literal sense for us. We are bound by fate to be together. Mates have a more powerful bond than husband and wife. They can't be separated from each other even if they want to. Mates can't survive without each other's company for so long. It is emotionally and physically difficult to be apart, he explained with a big smile. His eyes were dancing with happiness, and it stung. "So, do you have a mate?" I asked, a little disappointed and hoping for a no. It hurt to think that he had one, which was odd on my part because we had just met. "Yes, and she is the most beautiful girl I've ever seen. She is perfection in the shape of an angel," he described her with a bigger smile, and I sighed. "She's a lucky girl to have such a great man." "Do I know her?" I found myself asking. My stomach sank. "Yes, and better than you know. She went through hardships, but is now protected by all and will be forever loved by me. If you haven't connected the dots yet, it's you, Stella. You are my mate. I've been searching for you for years, and I finally found you," he confessed, and I was shocked. Was I happy? Scared? Confused? What was I feeling? My eyes widened at his statement. I thought that he was bluffing, but then again, he looked genuine. I felt my heart melt, and the smiles crept their way to my face. I was smiling from ear to ear. My one and only love, he whispered near my ear, and I sighed with delight. I can't believe it. I'm his mate. Is this a dream? Chapter 21. My one and only love, Julian said as she sighed with delight. She felt alive with him, and he felt like he could conquer the world for her. That was the power of mates. So your family members are werewolves. Does that mean Sky is one as well? She did not know how to feel about this, but she could not complain since she also kept secrets to herself for years. He glanced again at the family photo that was on the wall and smiled. It had Sky and Cody in it. Yes, she is, and Cody is her mate like you are mine and I am yours, he replied softly, making her heart soar with contentment. She shuddered at the sensational, lovely feeling she had, and she did not try to reason like she did since she got here. As Stella knew about the mate bond, Julian finally allowed himself to touch her warm, soft cheek. He was not afraid anymore of rejection because if she wanted to turn away, she could have done that the moment he shifted. Stella looked at her fated mate affectionately, enjoying the moment to the fullest, or savoring it since she had never experienced something like that before. Everything was new. It was safe to say that what they were both experiencing was love that was growing with each passing second. They knew each other for such a short period, but it was like love at first sight. However, the effect was stronger for them since he was an alpha. Love has no time. Love is distinctively charming. Julian cupped her cheeks and slowly kissed her forehead, then trailed his lips to her small nose until he reached her pale pink, full lips that he had hoped for since the moment he laid eyes on her. It was taking everything in his body not to hold her closer, but he kept his thoughts at bay for now. She wrapped her hands around his neck, letting him deepen the kiss. The first time he kissed her was great, but this time was wonderful, out of this world. As she became more confident with their closeness, her hands traveled slowly from his neck down to his lower back. He reacted to her touch, and it made her smile. He felt at home with her in his arms, and all of his senses became alive with her. His breathing deepened in time with hers. They completed each other. She felt dizzy, yet did not want to stop him from holding her. His lips began to move against her cheek, words spoken softly by her ear. I need you. Stella smiled, finally letting her emotions speak on her behalf. Give me your full affection because I've been missing your presence ever since I saw you, which was not long ago. I don't care about the werewolf thing, and I don't care that you're not human. All I care about is you. You saved me, Julian. You pulled me out of my difficult life filled with mistreatment and darkness. You returned the light to my life. I saw glimmers of hope radiating from your massive body when you shielded me from my brother, she explained in a sweet voice that made Julian's eyes turn to a darker shade of brown, almost black with adoration. He was trying his best to control his wolf and not startle her with his protectiveness. The room was filled with a romantic intensity, both wholly focused on the other. She knew that this was her new beginning. She put all of her trust and faith in and with him. It was the mate bond talking, but her heart was feeling. She saw the good in him. The sound of owls called, interrupting their moment. They were standing on the branches of the trees outside, which began to fade into the darkness. She felt him begin to pull away, but she held his hand, not fully prepared to let him go. Not now, at least. I found myself drowned in your kindness. I am falling hard for you, Julian, she stated confidently. But then again, she felt embarrassed that she was actually sharing her deepest feelings and emotions with Julian. He smiled. I also found myself drowned in your sweet, soothing, and calming voice. Dear calmness. I love the look in your eyes when you see something you like. I love your eyes. I love the black hair that falls on your back. It might be soon for humans to say this, but I am not a human, so I love you, Stella. I want you to stay in my arms and grow old together, he confessed, and she could not do anything out of embarrassment but peck his dimple. They felt complete. So about that kiss when the garden was on fire, Stella began, and Julian looked like she was taken off guard with this question. He thought she had forgotten about it. Oh, that kiss, well, I just wanted to do it. You looked so cute while talking fast, not that you are not cute all the time, but, ugh. I just wanted to, okay? He answered, feeling frustrated and nervous. She giggled at his foolishness. He never felt nervous before, well, not until he met her. She made him feel things like never before, and he would be surprised if he didn't like it. She was a rose that did not wither in his eyes. As Julian was drowned in his own thoughts, Stella fell asleep in his arms, feeling warm and safe. He tucked his nose in her neck, inhaling her comforting scent that made his wolf feel at peace. He felt the strong urge to bond with her right there on the spot. Yet Julian was so thoughtful and selfless. He did not want to disturb her rest while she was asleep. He wants to ask for her permission first. Peter grumbled at him, but then he felt defeated because Julian had a point there, and he loved Stella too much to make her sad or even angry. They only wanted her to always smile. They wanted her to feel perfect in every sense of the word. She deserved all the best that they could offer for her innocent soul. The soul that did not ask for too much. She was mistreated indeed. But now she's protected by her powerful and loyal mate. And she is and will always be loved by him and his wolf. Till death do them part. Julian thought that his life was worry-free for just mere seconds, then he remembered what made him wince and dislike. He had a cousin to take care of and a brother to be careful of. Stella's brother did not even deserve this word. Julian knew that her brother would not just leave her alone. He was sure about that because he made his friend, Robin, talk. He told Julian that her brother was planning revenge. Julian was hoping that they would catch them as soon as possible. For Stella's safety. Both of them were cruel and were after his vulnerable and beautiful mate. He would rather face anything than see his mate sad and scared again. Chapter 22. It had been weeks since I learned about the secret. Julian was a werewolf. I was his mate and future Luna. Who could have known that my life would turn upside down when I found the pack house? It was like what Julian's mom said, we do live in a small world, but Julian has been acting weird lately. Every time I sit or even stand by his side, he gulps and averts his eye contact with me. Did I do something wrong? I decided to ask him when he finished his shower. He said that cold morning showers relax him, and I agree with him. It made me feel refreshed whenever I took one, but I felt that he had a different reason for the cold water. I wonder what. After Julian insisted that I should wait for him in his room, I lay my back on his king-sized, comfy bed listening to some music from my new phone. I was very grateful for everything. As I was daydreaming and humming the beautiful song, I heard the bathroom door open. I looked up and saw a very handsome Julian with a towel around his waist. His hair was wet, and he looked good. I did not know if saying beautiful to a man was appropriate, but he looked absolutely handsome. Maybe it was the mate bond making me feel like that, but I really did not care. I liked it. As I was admiring him, he cleared his throat while looking flustered. Unexpectedly, his cheeks were a deep shade of red, and I wanted to grin but refrained from doing so. Sorry, I forgot my pants, he said as he grabbed his pants and hurried back to the bathroom. He closed it firmly. Okay, he is avoiding me for sure. I sat properly on his bed and crossed one leg over the other and waited for more than 5 minutes. I was thinking of how I should start my speech and how I can open the subject. He opened the door, looking like the normal and usual Julian that I knew. Hey, he said as he sat next to me. His hair was still wet from the shower. It covered his whole forehead and a bit of his eyebrows. He looked handsome. Hey, I looked at his honey eyes. They were so bright, brighter than usual. I guess that's a werewolf thing, right? So, I trailed off to open the subject. So, he asked while looking straight at me. I've been meaning to ask, but are you upset with me? I asked, then waited for his answer. His eyes widened, and he started shaking his head left and right. No. Absolutely not. Why would I be upset with you? What did I do to make you feel this way? He arched his eyebrows and put his right hand on my left one. Well, you've been acting weird all week long. Whenever I'm with you, you gulp and avert eye contact with me. A couple of minutes before, you shut the door with a lot of force. Did I do something to upset you? I asked again, and this time I put my right hand on his cheek. I did not want to be the source of his sadness. He closed his eyes inside. No, Stella, I'd never be upset with you. You did nothing wrong. It's just, he trailed off, but stopped and gazed at the floor. He was thinking really hard about what to say next. I rubbed his cheek gently. It's just what? Tell me, Julian, I urged, encouraging him to speak. Well, it's about the mark, and I have to do it soon, but I can't, he explained, but not clearly. Mark? What's a mark? Why can't you do it? I asked. His world was still unknown to me. I needed to ask more to learn about his lifestyle. He looked conflicted but happy at the same time, if that was even possible. A mark is a symbol that a werewolf creates to let others know that his mate is his partner, and he is hers. In other words, he creates a bond to mark her. I have to mark you, Stella, he whispered the last part, but I heard him loud and clear. My eyes widened in surprise. Mark me? How? What if it hurts? He let go of my hand and placed it near my neck. He moved his finger along my neckline until he stopped at some point, and I shivered at his action. Here, he answered seriously. And if I don't do it, you'll suffer from the bonding fever soon, he added. Fever? It's a reaction to the incomplete bond. You'll feel like your body is burning up, especially since you're human. It's difficult. I've seen many female werewolves go through it, and it was not easy at all. So will you let me mark you when you are ready? He asked, and I thought about it. From what he was saying, the fever is intense. The mark, will it hurt? He nodded, and I loved his honesty. Not as much as the fever. If you go through the fever, you'll feel terrible, while the mark might sting at the first 10 seconds or so. Then you'll feel at peace, he reasoned, and I put my hand on my neck as a reflex. Can you give me time to think about it? Maybe I can talk with your mom or Sky, you know. I need a girl to talk to about this, I said, feeling the embarrassment radiating from my now red cheeks. Sure, I can take you now if you want, he said and stood, grabbing his keys. Let's go. With that, we headed to Nancy's home as he decided it was best since she experienced the process. His dad was in another pack, dealing with some business when the time came, and he had not marked her yet. She would know what was best for me. Chapter 23. It had been 2 hours since Julian dropped me off at his parents' house, and his father was not home. I was hanging out with Nancy in her yoga room. She asked me if I did yoga before, but of course, I did not have the time to exercise. I only ran. When she knew that I used to dance ballet when I was younger, she was excited. I thought she would be sad that I was not interested in being a doctor or a scientist. I always had this perspective that most parents want their kids to be successful and earn a lot of money. Well, that was what I saw in my school, at least. I used to see parents reprimand their kids for getting bad grades or for misbehaving. One of them once yelled at his son, and I quote, "This awful grade ruined your chance of becoming a doctor like us." The dad said that with such a harsh tone in front of the whole class. It made me flinch because I remembered Raymond and his mistreatment. I felt bad for my classmate since he wanted to become a famous actor. He was great at acting, but his parents did not give him a chance. Julian was lucky to have Nancy as a mom. Maybe she was different because she was a werewolf. I miss Mom, I miss Dad. I surely don't miss Raymond and never will. So Stella, what do you want to ask me? I know I can't replace your mother's position, but at least consider me as a close friend or even a sister. You can tell me anything you want, Nancy said in her motherly tone, then grabbed both of my hands and squeezed them gently. I could see her as a mother figure because I was her son's mate. Mates get married at some point in life, as it was destined. That was what Sky told me the other night. So Nancy would be my mother-in-law someday. I nodded. I know you'll listen, but please don't laugh, I requested with pleading eyes. Her eyes widened, and she shook her head. I would never do such a thing. Come on, sweetheart, you can tell me what's on your mind. She smiled. I sat on the long mattress and made myself more comfortable. Well, Julian explained the mark thing earlier today. He said that he has to do it so I won't suffer from the bonding fever. He also said the fever is intense. He told me to tell him whenever I'm ready, I said, then took deep breaths. I got scared, I mean. Does the mark hurt? Honey, I won't lie to you. The mark will sting, but for a few seconds, then you'll feel happy and a part of Julian. You'll get closer to each other, your bond will grow stronger. He'll be more attached to you than now. He'll be a handful sometimes. Believe me when I say you both will be happier. I know, she explained with a humorous tone at the end, making me giggle. So, no regrets? She shook her head. No, dear. You'll only earn his full and annoying attention. As his father did to me, he's still doing it, she replied, and I laughed. That does not sound so bad. I have been alone most of my life. Thank you, Nancy. Talking with you does help. She beamed at me. That's wonderful. Let's take you to him now. She stood up and helped me stand. We exited the room and headed to the living room to get her car keys. He's home now, right? She asked as we sat in the car. Yes, that's what he said. Thank you so much. I really needed some encouragement. See you later. I bid her goodbye and headed to the main door. Julian registered my fingerprints as a lock for the door, as his house was my house. I had to act normal and feel free to use whatever I wanted. I agreed, but I still could not act like I owned the house because I did not. As I was opening the door, I called for Julian but got no response. Julian, are you there? I asked again, but higher. While I was closing the door, it got stopped halfway by an unknown man. I screamed. Your Julian is not here, the man said and blocked my path before I got the chance to even glance at his face. I felt scared and panicked. I blinked rapidly. Who are you? I tried to ask since he was looming over me. He smirked with a huff. I examined his face up close to make sure he was not Raymond. He was not. He was taller, with thicker brown hair and a short beard. His eyes were pitch black, and they exuded malice. I'm Joey, he introduced himself, and I felt like time had stopped. Joey? Julian's cousin and enemy? Chapter 24. I filled Mom in on Stella's situation before I headed to the Pack's prison because that conversation was so awkward, and I preferred to deal with Robin than have the full talk about the mark. Robin had better start talking. Yeah, and if he doesn't, just let me do the talking. I can be very persuasive, Peter said, and I nodded, not feeling like arguing with him. He could be a handful if he did not get his way. I must find Raymond and Joey as soon as possible because they would cause problems if I did not deal with them soon. I just felt it. I opened the old cellar and entered to see more than 30 rogues, but I kept on searching for Robin. After a few minutes of receiving threatening howls and curses from all over the prison, I spotted him sitting on a chair while staring at the sky through the chained window. I almost did not recognize him from his injured face. He received a harsh punishment from my warriors. When my men learned that Robin tried to hurt their Luna, they were furious and agitated. I did not let them end him. I could not let them do that since I wanted to know Raymond's whereabouts and his plan. I will protect Stella with all my might, even if I have to sacrifice my life for her. So you finally decided to show up? Robin's hoarse voice brought me back to reality. Unbelievable. Peter always had something to say. I did not answer him. I just closed the cellar door and brought a chair, then placed it in front of him. Are you enjoying your stay? He huffed. Let me out of here, he demanded. No can do. I crossed my arms and leaned back in the chair. I waited a few seconds before I spoke, just to get on his nerves. On second thought, you can get out of here, but on one condition. He shifted in his place, already anticipating his freedom, and looked at me. What's the condition? He asked with narrowed eyes. He was finding it difficult to believe me, but I dropped the doubt in his mind. Tell me where Raymond is, and you may leave, I cleared. Are you out of your mind? Peter yelled in my head, and I nodded. Yes and no, I replied, then blocked him out. I needed to focus. Robin's eyes widened for a second, and then he calmed down and acted as if he did not care about his freedom. But I don't know where he is. I rolled my eyes at his lie. Come on, Robin, we both know that you're lying. You can do better than that. Now spill it before I make you speak, and I won't be as lenient as my men, I warned, and the worry was evident on his face. Good. You wouldn't. He dared me, and I snickered. Oh, but I will. I am not an angel. Now tell me, where's Raymond? I demanded in a more intimidating tone because I was done with his games. I used my alpha voice, and it sounded terrifying even to humans. He sighed, defeated. He's living in a cottage near the river to the south, he answered, and I raised my eyebrows. There was only one river in that area, and for some reason, it was hard for me to believe him, but I would play along for a bit. Cody, take Alexander and another pack warrior and go to the south area, near the river. I want you to search for Raymond. You remember him, right? I mind-linked my beta and waited for his reply. Yes, Alpha. Right away, he replied, not a second later, and I turned my attention back to Robin. Okay then, I'll set you free like I promised. Not now, tomorrow. If you are lying, you better pray, I announced, then got out of the cellar before he could object to anything. I know he's lying, but there is no harm in checking. I got into my Jeep and headed to the woods. Peter and I wanted to run to cool off, so I parked the vehicle in my usual spot and grabbed some clothes with me. I shifted and let Peter take control. Finally, I can run, Peter said. I miss Stella, he added, and I sighed. Me too, buddy, me too. We will see her soon, I replied. Then he dashed through the woods. After 2 hours of running, Peter stopped to rest. I'm tired. Peter lay on his stomach and closed his eyes. You think? You've been running for 2 hours straight at full speed, I said, and he laughed. He decided to take a nap on the cool ground, and I let him. He deserved a break. However, not a minute later, Peter jumped, surprising me in the process. Something happened. What happened? I asked, feeling uneasy and anxious. Mate, Stella's in danger. Great danger, he said, then started running without stopping. Where? I got angry and worried for her. Home, he replied, and I made him stop. Shift back, I'll wear my clothes. If the door is locked, I'd have to put on my fingerprint, I explained, and Peter did as I said. I dashed towards my house at my alpha speed and smelled Stella's scent and someone else's. I sniffed the air as I approached the house. I smelled his scent. I smelled Joey. He is finished now. I opened the main door to see what made me livid and furious. Stella was trapped against the wall by Joey, and he was holding her there. You coward, let go of her, I shouted, then pushed him away forcefully, shoving him off her. What a nice way to greet your cousin, Julian, Joey said, and I saw Stella fall on the floor, trying to catch her breath. She was gasping for air. I bent down and cupped her cheeks, ignoring the cousin. Stella, look at me. Are you okay? I asked. She shook her head, unable to speak. A moment later, she fainted. I was so concentrated on her that I did not pay attention to Joey. He looked at me with a sly smirk. Too bad we didn't get the time to speak normally, but there is always a second time. With that, he dashed to the woods. I did not chase after him because Stella was more important. As he said, there is always a second time. And it won't be pleasant for him. Chapter 25. When I finally saw Julian enter the house, I felt relieved, but not entirely because of the tight grip around my neck, making it hard to breathe. As cliché as it could get, I saw my life flash before my eyes. The sad thing was that most of this life was me being treated cruelly by my own flesh and blood. The happy memories were in the very background, blurry and distant. Everything was blurry, like my vision. I barely saw Julian approach me with livid eyes. His face was flushed, and he looked intense. I almost did not recognize him. He was not his usual calm self. He was not the Julian that I had grown to love. He was different. You coward, let go of her, he shouted at Joey with a very high tone that made my ears ring, then pushed his cousin away forcefully. Luckily, Joey let go of me. Julian's intervention caused Joey to back down to catch his breath. Joey looked at Julian with such hatred and loathing that Julian looked like Raymond. What a nice way to greet your cousin, Julian, Joey said sarcastically. I felt like my legs were going numb. Once I tried to catch my heavy breath, I coughed loudly, then looked at the floor, trying to keep my eyes open. I was fighting with all my might, but it was useless. Julian bent down and cupped my cheeks with his big, warm hands. Stella, look at me. Are you okay? He asked in a scared tone, but I shook my head, unable to speak. Seconds later, I felt darkness consuming my vision. I heard a lot of noise and felt like I was being placed on a soft bed. I tried to focus until I heard Julian's worried voice. I heard another male voice, and their chat became clearer. Please, Doc, help her. She won't wake up. I tried to call her, but she didn't move at all, Julian explained, and I felt bad for not being able to open my eyes. I see. Let me examine her and I'll talk with you in a bit. Leave please, the doctor replied, but then I heard a loud bang. Someone might have slammed something on a table. I will not leave her alone. She's my mate, and I need to be here to ensure she is safe. You can check her right in front of me. Here and now, Julian yelled at the doctor. I wanted to scold him. I could sense his worry. I tried to open my eyes, but I could not. It felt like I was buried under a big pile of rocks. I wanted to calm him down, to hold his hands, to hug him. I wanted to wake up, but I simply could not. A moment later, I heard a female voice, so I listened closely. Julian, please, let the doctor do his job. Listen to me, the woman pleaded. Then another voice joined the conversation. Julian, listen to your mother and the doctor, his dad ordered. No, I'll stay here with her. Julian stubbornly refused to leave, and I felt happy. I did not know what I did to deserve such an amazing man who was extraordinary. A werewolf. A kind, protective, and devoted werewolf. I never thought I was worthy enough to have these people in my life. Okay, I'll inject her with medicine to help her wake up. Will you let me do that? Please, Alpha. It will help her for sure, the doctor asked, and Julian sighed. Then I felt someone place their hands on my arm. Seconds later, I felt the needle in my arm. It stung a little, but I could not wince or react. What was wrong with me? Stella, please wake up. I promise I'll find Joey and ensure he faces justice, then I'll find Raymond, and I'll ensure he answers for what he had done to you all these years. I'm sorry you had to go through that again because of my cousin. Just wake up. I love you, Stella, Julian confessed, and I felt delighted to have him around. I tried to open my eyes again and again and again until I started seeing the light. My vision started to brighten. Julian, look. Nancy pointed to Julian, and then he started shaking me lightly. Yes, love. Open your eyes, open them for me, he encouraged, and I doubled my efforts and opened my eyes. Then I closed them to adjust my vision to the light. It was blinding. Thank you, Doc. I'm sorry for my outburst. It is my duty, Alpha. Even if you yell at me, I will never abandon a person in need. Now if you'll excuse me, I need to leave for now, the doctor replied as I heard the door close. I opened my eyes to see my restless wolf with a huge smile on his face. Hey, he greeted. I smiled and then looked around me. I was in a hospital bed, probably the Pack's hospital. I saw Nancy and Julian's father standing behind their son, smiling. Hey, I greeted back. I tried to sit, but it was difficult, so I just lay there with Julian next to me. How are you feeling? He asked. I'm better now. Thanks to the injection, I believe, I replied, and Julian arched his eyebrows. You heard? Everything. I chuckled, then nodded. Yes, every single word. From the promises to the I love you. By the way, those last 3 words gave me the power to open my eyes. Thank you, I admitted, making him blush, and his parents laughed at him. Well, Stella, it's good to know that you're okay, so we will leave you 2 alone, his father said, and then they left the room. Julian. He looked into my gray eyes and smiled. Yes, love. I'm ready. He raised his eyebrows, confused. Ready for what? I put my hand on his cheek and rubbed it with my thumb. For you to complete our bond, I announced. I can't believe what I'm saying. I just asked him to accept me fully. I hope it will turn out well. Chapter 26. I never felt more confident. Call me crazy or insane for liking to rush things, but I honestly did not care. In the few weeks that I have known him, he has been so kind to me. Even though he was a strong alpha who could defend his pack without hesitation, he could be super sweet and caring. But what if this was all too good to be true? I was afraid that at some point, this amazing fantasy that I was living in would turn out to be just a mere dream to escape from my bitter and cruel reality. The reality did not care much about me because of my ruthless, cold brother. If this were all a dream, I'd like to be asleep for eternity without any kind of disturbance. I just asked Julian to mark me, and I was incredibly nervous. Yet I hoped it would turn out to be a marvelous and splendid experience that I would never forget. They spoke highly of the marking process, so I hoped that it would not disappoint. Julian stared at me for a while to see if I was joking or making fun of him. He tried to read hints of humor in my face, yet found none. "Are you sure, Stella?" he asked calmly, but excitement was evident in his honey eyes. He was focusing on maintaining his composure. I chuckled. "Yes, Julian. I want you to mark me as your one and only girl. Mate. Partner, whatever you like. Just complete the bond." I replied with a sincere smile that made him smile wider in return. He leaned into my touch and grabbed my hands with his, and he kissed my palms. His affection was gentle, and it did not bother me at all. "Okay, love. I think it's better if we wait until we get home. It will be more comfortable for you," he explained. I agreed and blushed at the love part. It's hard to get used to it. "Then take me home already," I cleared with a grin. He suddenly put his hands under my legs and back and lifted me up. He carried me bridal style and got out of the room to see the doctor and his parents standing near the waiting room, talking with each other, most likely about me. When they saw us together, they smiled knowingly. I quickly hid my face in Julian's chest and held his shirt because it was too embarrassing to be seen in this position by his parents. He just kept on walking to the main entrance, ignoring my anxiety. "That was cringeworthy," I commented as he placed me on the seat. "Nah, it was cute," he said and kissed my cheek. He turned around the front of the Jeep and sat in the driver's seat. "I can't wait to get home," he added while looking straight at me. Oh boy. The ride home was too quiet, but it was not awkward. The silence was comforting. "Stella," Julian opened the main door for me and led the way like a gentleman. He was a gentleman. There's no doubt about it. "Thank you," I muttered, and I entered the house. I walked to my bedroom floor. Julian followed me and tried to enter, but I closed the door behind me quickly. He did not see that coming for sure. "Sorry, but I need to freshen up and change my clothes," I apologized loudly through the door. "Fine," he replied playfully. "I'm waiting for you in the living room. Don't be late, please." I headed to my wardrobe and pulled out another set of clothes and put them on after I removed the old, dusty ones. I washed up quickly, scrubbing away the day's stress. I was too fast. I can't believe I'm going to get marked. Breathe, Stella, breathe. Nothing bad will happen. I talked to myself to ease up a bit, then opened the door after getting dressed and headed to the living room downstairs. As I stepped foot in the room, I was engulfed in a warm hug. I raised my head and saw Julian's smiling face. "What took you so long?" He rested his chin on my shoulder. He breathed in deeply and sighed with contentment. "I was gone for like 10 minutes, Julian. Don't be so dramatic," I teased, and he huffed cutely. He lifted me up and headed towards the couch and sat me next to him. My head was on his chest. "I can't imagine my life without you by my side. You complete me," he said, then tightened his hold around me. I relaxed more, knowing what was coming next. "Can I?" He trailed off, and I hummed a yes, then closed my eyes, waiting for him to complete the bond. Julian brushed my hair and placed it on one side. He trailed his hands around my neck. After a moment of tracing the nape of my neck, he placed a soft kiss there. I sighed softly at the contact, feeling my face heat up. I could feel him smile against my skin. "So that's your spot. Don't talk against my neck. It tickles. Are you ready?" "If you don't want to, tell me, Stella." "I don't want you to regret it," he said, and I felt bad that he was still in doubt about my determination. I turned my head and smiled widely at him. "Julian, I will never regret doing this with you. You are my mate. I have no one else but you in my life. Well, I have Sky, but that's beside the point. You are my first and last love. I want you to mark me so I can know that you are mine as much as I am yours." "You are perfect, so I'd never ever regret it," I answered honestly, then kissed his cheek. He smiled. I turned my head so I could give him access to my neck and took a deep breath. I closed my eyes once again. After a few seconds, I felt the sharp pressure of the mark on my skin. I gasped. It stung for a moment, but after the initial shock wore off, a sense of peace washed over me. It felt right. I could feel the bond settling between us. So that's what it feels like to be marked by your mate. Significant. Chapter 27. It had been a few days since the mark, and Julian had become more possessive and overprotective. It was nice having someone to care about you all the time and love you as much as you love them, but it was not that fun when a werewolf alpha, who can defeat anyone without hesitation, gets overprotective. It is driving me nuts. Stella, where are you? Speaking of my beloved mate, he called out while walking around the house with only blue jeans and no t-shirt. I was not complaining about that. I did not mind seeing him at all. I was complaining about the overprotective side of him. I was in the bathroom, washing my hands from the dinner that we just had. I swear I told him that, but he thought being away for 2 minutes was a serious problem. I'm in the bathroom. Julian, I'm coming, I replied as I dried my hands. I got out of the bathroom to come face to face with his muscular chest. I let out a small puff sound as we collided, and his arms instantly wrapped around me. He lifted my chin and looked into my eyes. Are you hurt? I'm sorry, he asked, concerned. No, don't worry. I'm perfectly fine, I reassured him, and then walked to the living room. He was right behind me. So, what do you want to do today? He asked, and I shrugged. I don't know, though I have a question, I replied after I sat on the couch. He sat next to me and wrapped his hands around me, hugging me around the waist. I fixed my position to be more comfortable and looked at him. I know that you're soon to be alpha, I started, and he nodded. When is soon? Like, when are you going to become the alpha of the Graymod Pack? He grinned, and I arched my eyebrows. Valid question, because the ceremony will be held in about a week. Stella, I need to tell you something though, he said, suddenly looking uneasy. It made me nervous. Yeah, when I become the alpha, we have to finalize our union. I stared at him. Excuse you? It is not what I think it is, right? What does that entail? I asked, feeling a bit nervous. He had a complex expression. Well, his cheeks turned red. Heck, even his ears were red. Is it that serious? What? I asked, encouraging him to continue. It's a ceremony where we fully accept the bond and become true partners. Like a married couple in the human perspective, or your perspective, Stella, he explained. Like a married couple? True partners? Oh, that was all that came from my mouth. My face felt warm. We have to fully commit, I stated, and he nodded. If you aren't ready to take that step, I completely understand, he commented. Here we go again. No, it's not like that. It's just, I began, and he nudged my shoulder to continue. It's a big step, and I'm afraid of the fact that I might not be enough for you, Julian. I lowered my head and stared at the now very interesting carpet. He literally jumped from the couch and kneeled down in front of me. That's your problem? That you might not be enough? Stop joking around, Stella. You are everything I could ever ask for. On the contrary, I'm the one who's afraid of not being enough for you. After all, this is new for both of us, he admitted, and my eyes widened with surprise. Really? I would never doubt you. I love you so much. You were the first one to give me shelter from my brother. You always help me when I need help. You're kind, too kind at times, and too overprotective at other times, I confidently said. I love you, Stella. So very much. He embraced me as if his life depended on it, and I was content. I hope that we can stay like this for a while. And I spoke too soon because my phone rang. We parted from each other, and I grabbed my phone. Hey, Sky, I greeted with a smile. Julian lifted me up and placed me on his lap. Then he rested his chin near my neck, where the mark was. It felt warm and comforting. A reminder of our connection. Hey, Stella, are you ready for tomorrow? She asked in a happy and joyful tone. I arched my eyebrows at her sudden question. Tomorrow? I asked. Do we have something tomorrow? You can't be serious. Don't tell me you forgot, she hopefully said. I sighed. What do we have tomorrow, Sky? A lot happened in the past couple of months. Wait. I remembered. Oh no. How did I forget? I face-palmed myself, then looked at Julian with horror. I was afraid of Sky's reaction. What's wrong, love? Julian asked. I shook my head and then got back to Sky. Please don't be mad. I forgot, okay? I tried to reason, but she screamed, and Cody's voice was heard on the other end. Sky, are you okay? He asked, and she said no. Of course, she's not okay. How can I forget such a thing? I'm disorganized. The graduation is tomorrow, and you forgot? She shouted at me, and I had to remove the phone from my ear due to her loud voice. Julian growled at the phone in frustration, but I rubbed his cheek, and he calmed down instantly. Yes, Sky. I forgot that we have our graduation tomorrow. Sue me. I replied, trying to sound like the poor victim. It was not my fault. It was the werewolf world's fault. I heard her loud and long sigh, then she asked what made me more afraid of her reaction. Do you have anything to wear other than the clothes that we bought for you? A long pause. Stella. No, I replied, and I swear I heard Cody asking for mercy. Was she scolding him? Prepare yourself. We're going to the mall. I'll come and get you, and if Julian doesn't allow it, he will come. You hear me, Jojo? Sky raised her voice at the last statement, and I chuckled at his nickname. It's cute. He huffed. Okay, I'll come. Get Cody, too, he said through the phone and ended the conversation. Let's get ready. It's going to be a long day. Chapter 28. After we got to the mall and bought Stella a new dress for her graduation ceremony, we headed to a small park that had no one in it but us. It was too quiet, yet nice and calming. Sky was so annoying with her requests. She loved to shop to the point of insanity. We stayed at the mall for the whole freaking day. Literally. It was 10 in the evening when we got out of the mall. I could not understand her sometimes. Sometimes? I don't understand her all the time. I don't know how Cody can handle her, Peter commented as usual, and I had to agree with him on this one. He was not telling lies. So, when are you planning to complete the bond? He asked excitedly. He was a mischievous wolf. I don't know. Whenever she's ready. I don't want Stella to run away from us just because we didn't let her think about it carefully. It's a serious matter, you know? I replied, then waited for his reply. He rolled his eyes, then sighed. I guess you're right. I hate it when you're right, so I will just go and leave you be for some time. Cody and I sat on the benches across from the swings. Sky grabbed Stella's hand and dragged her to the swing that was placed in front of me. She locked eyes with me and started to swing like a free, beautiful angel. My angel. She looked absolutely stunning, and the dress that she got for tomorrow fit her perfectly. I will be her date tomorrow because she is too beautiful to be out there alone. There will be interested boys and men. Plus, Joey or Raymond might show up. The idea of them made me growl a bit, but then I looked at my mate and calmed down. I smiled widely at her and admired her staggering smile. What do you want to do, guys? I asked, and they all shrugged. Sky tilted her head back in the air and stared at the stars. I looked at the moon and thanked God because today was a full moon night and most werewolves shift uncontrollably. We, on the other hand, do not. Our pack was taught to control our shifting at times like this. We went through very rough training to master our control. Our pack was one of the oldest packs of all time, so our bodies knew what to do after a while of struggling when it was a full moon night. Werewolves usually start shifting when they turn 15 and have a 3-year window. If, after they turn 18, they do not shift, then they never will. Therefore, the training must be harsh to withstand life. Other packs would think that we had taken a drug or something not to shift. But in reality, Peter was already in deep slumber for the next 12 hours, and so were Sky's and Cody's wolves. It was risky, but better than having uncontrollable wolves on the loose. Can I say a short poem, and you tell me if it's good or not? Stella asked all of a sudden, and we nodded with happy smiles. She fixed her position and cleared her throat. We are all made of stars, but wait, that's not how it starts. Not knowing where to go or what time, how do I know? Should I ask, should I cry? I still don't know. I fall, but I rise. I make mistakes, but in the end, we are all gonna change. So you can wait until the moon is awake. Stare at the sky and pray that you will not break. Stay strong, spread your wings, but if you fall, that will be the end. Wait, who said that this would be the end? That's not it, 'cause you're human after all. You're not perfect. You fall, you rise, but that proves you are alive. We are all made of stars. She delivered this relatable poem softly, and I was proud. Cody, Sky, and I stood up and clapped for her. That was beautiful, I commented, and she smiled brightly. Yes, absolutely. It was great, Cody said. Where and when did you create it? Sky asked with a wide smile. Stella stood up but did not move. Thank you, guys. I got inspired when I looked at the stars. Stella answered. They made me dash. She did not continue her sentence as she suddenly ran to us with a frightened expression. Stella, we called for her, but the next thing that happened made us gasp and open our eyes in disbelief. We heard the sounds of shifting and soft gasps coming from her. We looked carefully at her as she shifted from her small, petite human body to a gray wolf. Stella jumped over our heads before we could register what had just happened and landed on a brown wolf that was probably a rogue. The astonishment made us freeze in our spot. We could not move, and our wolves were in slumber. I saw my human mate in her wolf form fighting a rogue. She fought him fiercely until he was overpowered. She won. Then the rogue ran back to the woods, whining in defeat. What just happened? Sky and Cody asked at the same time. I approached her and then kneeled down in front of her shivering body. She was in shock as well. I pulled my hand and placed it on her head. I rubbed her soft fur gently and carefully. I did not want to scare her. Stella. I trailed off and she nodded her head. Then she started sniffing my clothes and buried her head into my chest. That's really her. What in the world just happened? As I was thinking of the possibilities, Peter howled and made me shift. I guess he smelled her wolf. Chapter 29. When I saw a figure lurking in the shadows, I felt scared. I wanted to warn Julian, Cody, and Sky, but a sudden voice jumped into my head. Hurry, Stella, shift or they get hurt and die. I heard a woman's voice in my head, and I panicked. I felt terrified by that voice. How did it get into my head? The voice repeated the word shift in a louder tone that was filled with vigor and power. I did not think much, as it was so demanding and absolute. I felt like a soldier receiving orders to stop the enemy. They had no choice but to obey and save others' lives. I was the soldier. I ran to fight the wolf that was standing behind my people, jumped over their heads, and felt my body reshaping rapidly. I assumed it might be overwhelming, but the adrenaline rush blinded me and blocked everything from my mind. It was like a dream. I gazed at my hands and saw fur. My mouth was now a long snout. I did not have time to react as my body moved on its own, and I landed on the brown wolf. What was happening to me? I made you shift. You became a wolf, Stella. A strong wolf that is going to defeat this rogue. Now fight and think later. The woman's voice answered my question, and I had no other choice. I fought. I fought until he dropped to the ground, defeated and injured. Not a second later, the rogue ran to the woods, leaving me to my thoughts. I looked back to where we were and saw them frozen in place. What just happened? Sky and Cody asked simultaneously. Julian approached me and then kneeled down in front of my shivering body. I was not feeling cold. It just felt weird and abnormal. I'm not human? No, you've been a werewolf since the day you were born. It will take time to explain, but in the meantime, my name is Diana. It's so good to be back, she introduced delightfully. I did not know what to say. This is too much for me to comprehend. I mean, I can understand and accept Julian's nature, but me being one? It was so wrong, weird, funny, I don't know. I can't describe it. Julian pulled his hand and placed it on my big head, then rubbed my soft gray fur. It felt good to be touched by him, especially when I was lost and terrified. Stella, he trailed off, and I nodded my head in response. Out of nowhere, I had the urge to be near him, so I started sniffing his clothes and buried my head into his warm, wide chest that accepted us. Diana bowed with satisfaction at the contact. After a moment of silence, Julian shifted. Looks like Peter took over control. Again. Hey, Peter. I'm Diana. My wolf introduced herself to him, and I just stayed silent. Peter came closer and sniffed our neck. Diana. What a beautiful name for a beautiful Luna. You and Stella are perfect for us. His tone was softer than usual. He was whipped. We have a question, he trailed off. How's that possible? We did not smell your scent before, so we always thought Stella was human. It's like you weren't there but suddenly appeared. How? Yeah, Stella, did you know? Julian also asked through what I assumed was the mind link. No, I was too surprised, if I must say. She told me I was born as a werewolf, I stated, then Peter and Julian gasped. Before they could say anything else, Cody and Sky stepped forward. Guys, not to interrupt or anything, but we would like to share your conversation. We have the right to know. She's our soon-to-be Luna, and she's Sky's best friend, Cody reasoned. I just nodded and tried to shift back. Then the horror ran through my body. I didn't know how to shift back. Julian, how can I shift again? I asked, anxious. Both Julian and Peter laughed at me. Hell, even Diana laughed. What's so funny? It's just your tone is so cute, Julian replied, and I felt my cheeks heat up. All you have to do is focus on your human body, picture it in your head, he answered. It's not that hard. You can do it, Diana encouraged me, and I smiled, trying not to panic. I closed my eyes and pictured myself, my human self, wearing a sundress. I struggled at first because of my running thoughts, but after a moment, I focused and felt my body reshaping like the first shift. I opened my eyes to see human hands again. That wasn't hard, I commented with a grin. I did not realize my state until Julian's growl filled the air. He shifted back quickly to his human form and stepped in front of Cody's body. He blocked his view of me. He tried not to look as well. Sky, there are some spare clothes for me in the trunk. Bring them, he demanded with a voice full of authority. Sky bowed her head. Yes, Alpha, she replied, then dashed to the Jeep. Stella, we will get out of here and head home, so you can tell us everything Diana says, Julian said, and I nodded. I felt like I was a robot functioning on default. I now understand how you feel when you're in your wolf form. It felt amazingly good. My senses got extremely better. I could mind link you as well. I was excited once reality became clearer. I know how that feels, Cody commented. Sky came with a large hoodie, a shirt, and shorts, which belonged to Julian. I could actually smell his scent. It smelled like pine trees. Wear it, Stella, Julian ordered. I felt his protectiveness and did not want to mess with him, so I grabbed the hoodie and put it on quickly. It was too big, it reached just above my knees. It's so warm. Julian put on the shorts and a shirt, and then we headed home. I really want to know what happened to me. Was I really born a werewolf? Chapter 30. No one talked on the way home. We stayed silent until Diana, out of nowhere, started singing in my head. Like literally singing in my head. What in the world? Why no? Diana, I said to grab her attention. She was so into the song that she did not hear me. The greatest by Sia. Her voice was worse than Sky's voice. They will get along for sure. Yeah, she replied after she sang the chorus. Why are you singing? Oh, I sing when I get nervous, she reasoned, and I thought. How come she knew about this song if she was never out in the world? She was nervous, but from what exactly? Of what? I asked again, eager to know. What do you think? In a matter of half an hour, I will have to explain stuff to you that I have never said before. Think Stella, she said and rolled her eyes. I just nodded. She got a point there. I did not realize that I zoned out until someone's hand was in front of my face, waving to grab my attention. Stella, are you okay? I turned my head and saw Julian with a worried expression. He was sitting beside me in the passenger seat. Cody was the one driving, and Sky sat next to him. I smiled. Yeah, don't worry about it, I replied, then grabbed his hand with mine. It felt warm. I felt the connection with so much more power than the last time I held and touched him. Does Diana have anything to do with it? Are you sure? It looked like you were debating with Diana, he smirked, and I nodded. He rubbed my palm with his thumb, and it tickled me a bit. I let out a low giggle. What? He asked with a smile. It tickled. But I loved the warmth that went through my body. It was filled with love and affection more than last time. I love you, Julian, and I think Diana has some explaining to do, I said, and he kissed my cheek. His tender kiss made my heart flutter. I wanted to kiss him on the lips, but decided against it. I did not want Cody and Sky to tease me about it later. I knew Sky, and I was getting to know Cody day by day. They will laugh at me, but not in a mean way. In an annoying way, for sure. I let Diana take control after we got home and sat in the living room. I let her do it so the rest could hear what she had to say. Diana, tell us everything you know about Stella's past, Julian requested as he sat across from me on the couch, next to Cody and Sky. I sat in front of them on a chair. I'm just talking about Stella today, no one else. Her family, for example, would be for another day, Diana explained. They nodded. I encouraged her, knowing that she was nervous about the whole thing. You can do it. She sighed before she began talking using my voice. So, it all started when Stella was born. As we know, the moon goddess made wolves partners for those who have werewolf blood in them. When Stella was born, I was inside her soul. We were meant for each other. I was her partner. We were great together for years until your first shift, which came way earlier than usual. You shifted on your 7th birthday and no one knew the reason. After the first shift, things turned upside down for us. I just want to say that it was all Raymond's fault. He changed after your parents' death, but I won't go into too much detail right now, she said and went quiet for a while. How come I don't remember you? Well, Stella, you didn't remember me because of the trauma. It was too much for you to handle, so I just drifted away in the back of your mind and soul. You lost your memory of me when you got older, thinking it was a dream, but I couldn't forget you. I tried to shift and help you with your life and to stay away from Raymond, but I couldn't do it. Your spirit was exhausted, and you were in a weakened state for years. I needed you to be stronger so that it does not overwhelm you. You could have been in danger if I shifted when you were frail. But today, everything changed. The danger that threatened my mate and pack members triggered me to emerge and protect us. It's like I woke up after years of being dormant, she explained, and I was blown away by what she said. So it's all Raymond's fault after all. Wow, Sky said, then came and hugged us really tight. I'm so sorry both, you had it rough. Now everything will be all right. She rubbed my back and we smiled. Thank you, Diana said, since I could not reply. Do you want me to take over again? I asked and she agreed. Cody got up and walked towards me. As Sky said, it will be more than all right. Don't worry, Luna. He rubbed my shoulder, but we heard a growl. Cody removed his hand from my shoulder instantly. I looked at Julian, who was right in front of me. Mine, he stated firmly, and we rolled our eyes. Stella, we will be with you until the last day we are destined for to be together. I will train you so you can defend yourself if you ever have to. Sky can teach you a few tricks, but I'll teach you everything I know. You won't be alone ever, he said, then kissed my lips softly. I kissed him back, then pulled away with a smile, not caring that Cody and Sky were grinning. Thank you all. I'm a werewolf, cool. And tomorrow is the graduation ceremony. I forgot. Again. Chapter 31. Today was the graduation ceremony, and we were getting ready because after that, there would be a party held in the school's gym. So, I was in my room, dressing up for my beautiful mate. I needed to look my best to make her proud to be with me. Cody, on the other hand, was done dressing up. Am I too slow? Or he's just too fast? Our werewolf mate. She will look stunning. Peter sighed in contentment. Did you expect her to shift like that? Peter added while I fixed my stupid black tie. I don't wear ties, it was hard. No, never. I didn't smell her wolf, nor did you. The trauma must have been too tough that it made Diana hide away from us. I'm glad she shifted. Aren't you? I replied. Raymond would answer for everything he had done to Stella. The next time I see him, he'll face justice. Of course. Anyway, you suck at tying ties, he commented, and I swear I heard his grin in his tone. I just rolled my eyes. No shit, I said, then blocked him. I got out of my room, rubbed my black suit, and headed to Stella's room. I knocked on the door and waited. I was so eager to see her, and I had been away from her scent for a few hours now. It was too far away from her. After I heard rustling in the room, she invited me in. I entered the room only to be stunned by the sight. She was literally an angel standing before my eyes. I blinked twice to make sure that she was there and not a segment of my imagination. Hey, she greeted, pulling me to her effortlessly because I was captivated by every move she made. I studied every inch of her outfit and smiled uncontrollably because wow. She wore a V-neck crimson short dress that reached above her knees. It had sleeves down to her elbows, but the back was open, and I thought it was a bit daring. She was too beautiful for the world. I did not mind seeing her like that at all, and I could challenge whoever approached her with ill intentions. I just did not want other men to stare at her. She was mine. Before I could comment, she beat me to it while fidgeting with her fingers. Her hair was pulled in a neat ponytail that showed every inch of her flawless face. The dress is unique, and it wasn't my choice. It was Sky's, and she begged me to wear it. I could not refuse because it was too late to go and buy a new one, she reasoned, thinking that I would be upset. I could not help but kiss her light pink lips. It was supposed to be a sweet, fast, smooth kiss, but it made me want to stay close. I pulled her closer, and her soft sighs almost made me lose my composure. I fought Peter back and breathed. I looked into her eyes and smiled once I saw her pink cheeks. I know I am not mad. If you are not comfortable, you should wear a light jacket or something, I suggested and hugged her like she was a soft teddy bear. Julian, I can't breathe. She breathed out, then gently patted my back. I let go of her almost instantly. Sorry. I apologized sheepishly. It's okay, and I should wear a jacket. I have one that matches my dress. Give me a second, she said and went to her wardrobe. I walked to her bed and sat on it. She came back a minute later with a black suede jacket that matched her black high heels. That's more like it. I agree, Peter said. How is it? I nodded, feeling happy for her. I love it, and you look beautiful, I replied, then pulled her to sit with me. She was leaning against me, and I could not love this position more than I already did. My sudden action caused her cheeks to turn bright red, and I could not help but laugh. When should we be there? She checked the time. In about 30 minutes or so. Why? She arched her eyebrows, which made her look extra cute. I smirked. Enough time for me to cuddle. I adjusted us so I was holding her close, but not putting my full weight on her small body. Yeah, she'd be crushed. Peter pointed out sarcastically, but I ignored him to let him enjoy the moment with Diana. Why is your tie like this? Stella asked, giggling. Oh yeah, I forgot about it. Could you fix it for me when I finish cuddling with you? Sure, and Julian, she trailed off. Yeah, love. Thank you, she said out of the blue. It took me off guard, so I raised my eyebrows confused. For what? For being here with me. For accepting me. For loving me. Thank you, she explained, and I felt like the happiest man alive. I kissed her lips slowly, savoring the moment. I was devoted to her. You're welcome, love. Thank you for accepting me and loving me, I replied and nuzzled my nose in her neck and inhaled her scent. It was so good that I wanted to complete our bond. Yet I could not push my boundaries. I had to wait for her. Whenever she's ready. Julian, we should go, she said after our kiss. We shared a moment that was too sweet to stop, but reality interrupted. I sighed. Yeah, but I'd rather stay here with you, I replied like a 4-year-old who did not want to get out of bed. Me too, but I kinda have to go, she said, then looked at my tie. But we need to fix that tie of yours first. She laughed. I nodded and we got out of bed. After fixing my tie, I received a message from Cody letting us know that they were waiting for us to come and pick them up. Shall we go, my lady? I pulled my hand and linked it with hers. We shall. Chapter 32. We got to school on time, parents and friends were gathering in the parking lot, and we were heading to the school's building. They looked so happy and cheerful. Who would not when they become officially free humans? 2 months ago, I loved school because it was like a home that Raymond failed to provide, but now that I had someone I loved more, school seemed dull. I had Julian, who taught me how to breathe peacefully. I still worry about Raymond because he might catch me at any given time, but I believe that Julian would not let that happen. Not on his watch, at least. Julian was the light that my parents took with them when they died. He loved me, and I loved him, and I hoped nothing bad would happen. Great, you jinxed it, a sudden voice said in my head. Before I could panic and start screaming, I remembered Diana. She was my wolf, and I was a werewolf. It was hard to comprehend. No, I didn't. And you can appear like that? I asked. Like what? She asked back. Like a ghost, so sudden, I replied, then looked at Julian to see him fixing his suit. It got a bit wrinkly, but he still looked handsome and charming. His honey eyes were twinkling because of the sinking sun rays. I felt like I did not deserve him. He was too good for me. I was not as beautiful as the other girls. I was not special. Stella. Diana's shout broke my chain of thoughts. First, I'm always in you, so my sudden appearance wasn't so sudden. You gotta get used to it, girl, because I'm not leaving. Second, you are extremely beautiful and sweet. Don't compare yourself to any other girl. They are different from you. You are different for them. No one is the same, and that is okay. Julian loves you for you. Just the way you are. You deserve him, and he deserves you. Got it? Her outburst startled me for a second. But then it made me smile and have that warm sensation in my stomach where I felt worthwhile. I was very blessed to have her. I nodded my head, making Julian look at me with raised eyebrows. I just shook my head with a grin that made him grin too. He linked his arm with mine, and Cody did the same with Sky. Then we headed inside. While we were walking, a couple of old friends greeted me with smiles and handshakes. I even saw Mr. John, my music teacher. He was so delighted when he found out that Julian was my boyfriend and Sky's cousin. He acted like a father when he met his daughter's boyfriend for the first time. He gave me his blessings, then took Julian for a minute and talked with him in private. I wonder what they were talking about? Apparently, Mr. John had met Cody before, so he was good to go. He was good for Sky. I was seriously going to miss this amazing teacher. Stella, Sky called. Let's hurry, it's about to begin. Come on, she said, and we quickened our strides. Julian unlinked my arm and grabbed my hand instead. His hand felt so warm in mine. It felt so right. MJ Wesley, the principal, called out to my fellow classmate to receive his diploma. We all clapped for him until he grabbed it from our homeroom teacher. He looked so nervous, and I understood him. I looked at Julian to see him staring at me with a heartwarming smile. What? I laughed quietly, not knowing what to say. You look beautiful, he confessed again for the 100th time today. I love you. He came closer to me and kissed my left cheek. And before I could react, we heard ing coming from Cody and Sky, and they clapped quietly. You looked absolutely adorable, Sky commented, and Cody grinned. You did, he added with his hand wrapped around Sky's shoulders. I hid my face in Julian's chest to hide my embarrassment. I was interrupted by the principal's voice. And now, Stella Woods, he called, and my eyes widened. Stella Woods? But that was Julian's last name, and I'm pretty sure there was no other Stella in the seniors. Was he calling for me? Is Stella here? The principal called again, and Julian tugged my shoulder to stand up. Was it his doing? I looked at his eyes and saw happiness. Yep, it was his doing. I was going to have to talk with him, but after I received my diploma. Yes, I'm here. Sorry. I walked to the stage with a nervous smile. Now I know what MJ felt. I shook hands with all of the teachers, then grabbed my diploma from my homeroom teacher. I got off stage and walked back to my seat next to Julian. Stella Woods? I asked, bewildered by that sudden change. I did not mind it, though. I liked the sound of it. Yeah, since when? Sky asked, and Cody just listened. He knew. Since the moment I laid eyes on you. Someday, you'll be Mrs. Woods and Luna on the pack. I know I'm not letting you go, ever. So I've talked with Mr. John about it, Julian explained, and I smiled. I brought my face close to his and cupped his cheeks. For a big bad alpha, you can be so cute sometimes, I whispered, then kissed his lips real quick. His eyes widened. I'm not cute, he disagreed, but Cody had other plans for him. Oh yes, you are. Julian Woods is so cute. Adorable even. He raised his voice enough for the students to hear. They chuckled. Just be quiet, Julian hissed at Cody, and Sky laughed so hard at that. Sky Woods, the principal called for her, and she stood up. Break a leg, Julian encouraged. She smiled and walked to the stage, but as she was about to climb the stairs, she almost tripped. Over nothing. At all. Not literally, Julian face-palmed himself and Cody laughed. I smiled when she grabbed her diploma with a wide smile. We were free. After we threw the caps in the air, we started walking to the hall dance. I was behind everyone because the heels were tiring. Julian was in front of me. As we were about to enter the hall, someone seized my wrist and pulled me sharply, dragging me outside the school to the parking lot. I looked up to see who I was terrified to see or face. What was he doing here? Before he could do anything, my rescue came. Stella. Julian's voice rang in my ears, and I screamed to grab his attention. Leave her alone, he demanded and came running towards me. In split seconds, I was once again in Julian's arms and out of Raymond's reach. Chapter 33. Raymond looked so furious and lacked any good intentions, reminding me of all the cruelty he had caused. All of my nightmares. He was not thrilled to see Julian. I squirmed in my place, feeling the fear rise when he tried to take a closer step toward me. He broke me into a million pieces, but Julian did his best to fix me. I would not allow Raymond to destroy me again. I was not the same old weak Stella 2 months ago. I was a werewolf, strong, loved, and protected. I glanced to my right to see Cody and Sky ready to fight in case anything happened. They were glaring at Raymond, and I appreciated their support. I looked at Julian's face, and I had to raise my head because he was too close. He was angry. What would happen? Why did I drag them into this mess? I gazed back at Raymond and saw him aiming a weapon at me. Where did he get that? Not the best time to ask that, Stella dear, Diana commented. He is going to hurt you if we don't shift. Should I shift? So you were with him the whole time. With your toy, I knew you were worthless. You disgust me. I can't believe I didn't end this sooner. You are pathetic, he ranted, and I felt my blood boil with rage. His words were not true, but they still stung. I saw Julian's face from the corner of my eye, and it was not a pretty sight for Raymond. I breathed, finding the courage that abandoned me as soon as the mistreatment began. I squeezed Julian's hand and wrapped it around my waist. Why Raymond? I swallowed my shaky breath and went on. Why did you hit me? What have I ever done to make you hate me that much? All I remember was being treated cruelly by you. You were supposed to be my brother, my family. You were the only blood-related family to me when our parents died. You became a lunatic stranger when you hit me for the first time ever. Why? What did I ever do to you? I threw my questions at him in one breath. It was about damn time I got my answers. I waited to see his facial expression. I waited to hear his supposed good reason to hurt me. I waited for the truth to be revealed. Everyone else was still silent. Even Julian wanted to know. I was surprised he had not stopped him yet. Raymond took another step towards us. Your brother? Your family? Your only blood relative? Our parents, Stella? Are you kidding me? We have never been a family. I never considered you as family. You were nothing to me. You were and still are nothing. I'm not your brother, Stella. I have never been, he replied coldly, sending shivers down my spine, but not the good type that Julian managed to do to me. Meaning? Sky growled at him. Raymond looked at Sky for a second. He fixed his gaze back at me. I'm not your brother, Stella. I was adopted by your parents. I never belonged to that family. And frankly, I felt happy when they died. They irritated me every day. He spilled the bitter truth, and to say that I was stunned was an understatement. Adopted? Why? I asked in a whisper that was loud enough for him to hear. I felt drained. They loved you more than me since the day you were born. They loved you better, took care of you better, and gave you something that I couldn't and won't ever have, he yelled. I tried to walk to him, but Julian did not let that happen. That's not true. They loved you too much, and you know that. What did they give me and didn't give you? Tell me, Raymond, is it a good reason to hurt a weak girl for years? Is it? I was so infuriated by the way he said it. He knew how much our parents loved him. If I knew he was adopted, I would still be happy. It would not have made a difference back then, but now it would. He was a monster in the shape of a human, which was ironic. He scoffed. They gave you the ability to shift into a damn wolf. You are a werewolf. That's why I loathe you. I was born into a werewolf family too, but I could not shift because I took after my mother's genes. My human mother, while my father was a werewolf. Why couldn't I just have his genes? If I did, I wouldn't get kicked out of my old pack, and I wouldn't get adopted by your parents, who pitied me. I hated that. I hated them. I hate you, and I'll end you, he shouted hysterically. His face turned red from the rage. Did I hear him right? He was born in a pack, and he could not shift because he was not a werewolf. He got angry at me because I could? How in the world was that a good enough reason to abuse me? What a messed up mind he had. Can I just take him down? Diana shouted. I ignored her because I was too flabbergasted by him. You won't end her. Julian jumped in front of me. I'll make sure you won't. Raymond looked at him with the same loath that he felt for me. Who are you to speak? You are just a fool. I'm her mate, Julian Woods. I'm sure you know about alphas because I'm about to be one. Chapter 34. Raymond's face paled as soon as he heard Julian's name. He started moving in his place, looking at anything that was near, anything but Julian. So he knew about him? A moment later, Raymond gathered his courage and glared at my mate. Yes, I know about alphas. So what? I'm not afraid of you, you worthless wretch. You are worth nothing. You are a monster. Raymond scoffed, but the hint of worry was evident in his shaky tone. He was trying to act tough, but failed epically. He hid behind the trigger of his pistol, and I could not be more ashamed to have called him brother. As he insulted Julian, Diana, and I growled. No one talks about him like that. Just shut your mouth, you awful coward, and scram from here. Leave us. Leave me. I am not even your sister. You never considered me as your sister, so just leave. I yelled my heart out. My tone was laced with confidence and fury. Where was this courage when he treated me so cruelly? Raymond's eyes shot daggers at me, and I did not care. I was done caring about anything related to him. He was not worth any type of emotion unless it was hate. The little traitor has finally found the courage to speak. That's so adorable, but I'm sorry to inform you that I will not leave until I end you, dear sister. Right here, right now, he replied with the gun still aimed at me. His words did not mean anything to me. However, my friends were triggered by his words. Sky was about to move toward him when Julian did. I did not feel him leave my side until I saw him grabbing Raymond by the collar. When did he? Listen and listen carefully, you villain. I am sick of hearing your annoying voice, so just be quiet. You will not lay your hands on her ever again because you will face justice. You are going to pay for everything you did to my mate. You're lower than dirt, Julian shouted. Luckily, no humans were in sight as they were busy with the dance party. Raymond struggled to breathe as Julian's grip was firm and Raymond's face turned pale. Good thing the music is too loud for anyone to hear, Diana commented, watching the scene. I did not blame her. He was the reason we were separated for years. She protected me as he mistreated me for years. Raymond raised his hand that was holding the gun and fired at Julian. My eyes widened. I was too stunned by his action to actually analyze what just happened. He injured Julian before I could even warn him. I panicked when I heard Julian's pain shout. His grip on Raymond loosened, and that gave him a chance to jerk away, while coughing to catch his breath. Julian, I called, angry and worried for his safety. I started running towards him when he mind-linked me. Don't come any closer, love. I'm fine. He only grazed my arm, I'm okay. It will heal in no time, he reassured in his alpha voice. Julian grew up to depend on himself at times like these, but I wanted to help, and I could help this time. I looked carefully at him to see his injured arm. He was holding it with his good hand. I tried to ignore his request, but he warned, don't even think about it. So I stopped moving. His tone was too dominating in a way that made me freeze. I could not defy his order, and not out of fear, but out of respect. Why can't he or us shift? Diana asked, annoyed. She wanted to get involved. But I could not let her because I did not know the level of her strength yet, and I did not want humans to see us. We can't risk anyone seeing us. That would be bad for us all, I replied, then looked at Raymond, who was trying to attack Julian again. Alpha, Cody called, and Julian gave him a small, determined nod while he was checking his arm. With that, Cody was behind Raymond in seconds, with his arms around him. He held Raymond in a position he could not get out of, and since Cody was much bigger than him and well-built, he looked like a small teenager in his huge arms. "Let go of me," Raymond shouted at Cody while trying to release himself. It was a futile attempt. "He deserves what is coming next," Sky whispered, but I heard her loud and clear. I snapped my head towards her with questioning eyes. "What do you mean by that?" I asked, then arched my eyebrows. She smirked. "Julian is going to end him, I think, or I hope," she replied, and my eyes widened. I gazed back at Raymond and Cody to see Julian standing right in front of him with a serious expression on his face. "Don't," I yelled at them. They looked at me, confused at my outburst. "Don't end him," I ordered. Julian raised his eyebrows. "Why not, Stella?" "Because I want to do something," I reasoned, then began walking towards them. I stopped beside Julian and in front of Raymond. "What?" "You're the one who's gonna finish me," he asked in a sarcastic tone. I rolled my eyes and shook my head, then raised my hand into a fist shape. I smirked as I struck him across the face using Diana's strength. He groaned in pain, shocked. I raised my other hand and struck him again. "You were foolish if you thought I'd do that. I'll leave that to the law or Julian. I don't know what he might do to you, and I don't want to know because I don't care. But you need to know one thing before I never see you again." He stared at me blankly. "You were so loved by our parents, I even envied you sometimes. They gave you anything you ever wanted and needed. You were loved, Raymond, by all of us. But now you're a dead stranger to me. Goodbye, brother," I explained quietly. He did not say anything. He just stared at me with a complicated expression painted on his face. The envy part made him too puzzled to move a muscle. I was not lying. I really did envy him. He was my mother's favorite child, and he apparently failed to see that. He was too busy hating on us to notice the love we gave him. Julian flashed me with a wide smile, indicating that he was proud of me. "She's right. She won't harm you, and neither will I. I'll just ensure you face consequences for every day you made her suffer. Fate will deal with you, not us," Julian told him with a grim smile, making me shudder. "He's impressive, all right," Diana commented, and I smiled. "Now? Really?" "Move," Cody demanded, still holding Raymond, and they started walking to the Jeep. Sky and I followed suit. As we were about to get in, a shocking thing happened that left us speechless and frozen, especially Raymond. He was on the ground, clearly injured. His blood. Chapter 35. Our eyes widened at the sight. I just stood there, frozen in the spot, while Julian and Cody looked around to see who did it. They ran towards the source of the shooting. It was a sniper shot. Sky bent down to Raymond's level and checked his pulse. She raised her gaze and shook her head with a blank expression on her face. I did not do anything because I was paralyzed. I forgot how to move my legs. For a second, I forgot how to catch my breath. "Stella," Diana called, sensing my apprehension. I blinked rapidly and stared at the injury on Raymond's chest. The impact on the left side was severe. The condition of his white shirt did not need Sky to tell me that he was gone. I did not know what to feel. I looked at Julian, who was running back toward us. His face was crunched, and his eyes held fury and confusion. "They got away, whoever they were. They are skilled," he said. "Who are they? Were they a group? One person? Who?" Cody came running from the forest near the school. "No use, Alpha." "They are gone," he reported to his Alpha, then stood next to Sky and wrapped his arm around her shoulders. Julian came to my side and hugged me tightly, sensing that I needed some comfort. I buried my face into his chest and sighed loudly. I did not know if it was wrong of me not to cry because I did not feel like I had lost an important person. I felt like I had lost an acquaintance that I had known since the day I was born. I felt nothing, and my heart was blank. I had no emotions towards him. I was not happy to see him gone, but I was not sad either. Is that wrong? You lost him when he raised his hand at you. It's not wrong to feel that way towards someone who mistreated you. He is gone now. No more, Diana explained, and I hummed, not wanting to speak. Are you okay? Julian asked while caressing my hair. His touch relaxed me. I nodded weakly. Yeah, let's just go back home. I feel tired. Can you take care of everything here? I asked in a whisper. Of course, love. I'll have my warriors handle the arrangements. Don't worry, he assured me with a kiss on my cheek. Raymond is gone forever. Bye, Stella. See you tomorrow. Sky hugged me goodbye and went to Cody. He was waiting for his mate, and I wanted to just be at home with mine. After a while of silent driving, we arrived home. What time is it? I asked as I sat on his big bed. He looked at his phone and sat next to me. 11 p.m. Are you sleepy? He asked while looking at my gray eyes. Like he was searching for something. No, just tired of today's Eve dash. I stopped what I was about to say because I remembered something that slipped my mind completely. Let me see your arm. I grabbed it and checked for his injury. I removed the cloth from his arm and inspected it. I did not find anything. His skin was marked, but the wound was not there. How? I asked, overwhelmed, but not shocked. Nothing was normal around here. He smiled. Werewolves heal faster than humans, and I have alpha blood in my veins. I heal faster than a normal werewolf, babe, he explained as he wrapped his arms around me and lay back on the bed so we were facing the ceiling. I wrapped my arms around his chest and kissed his jawline. We enjoyed the silence. Julian, he hummed, waiting for me to speak. I want to fight, I blurted out. He raised his head so he could look at me with his arched eyebrows. Confusion was evident on his face. What? I rolled my eyes. I want to become stronger. I want to fight so I can protect myself. I felt helpless today. I couldn't do anything, I said as I played with the hem of his jacket. You said I could, I added, waiting for his reply. I waited long. Fine, but I'll be the one to teach you how to fight. I want to ensure you are safe. You are mine to protect, he said softly in my ear. I chuckled because his breath tickled. And you are mine. Thank you, Julian. I kissed his cheek when he lifted his head to face me. On the cheek? I need more than that to feel the gratitude, love. His smile grew wider as his face came closer to mine. I felt my cheeks heat up, but I did not move away. I closed my eyes, waiting for the moment to happen. Stella, I love you, he said, then pressed his lips to mine before I could reply. I kissed him back. The kiss was gentle and soft. It made me lose myself in the moment. He held me closer, if that was possible. My hands found their way to his hair and started running through it. He sighed contentedly, and I relaxed completely. After some time, he noticed my struggle to breathe, so he parted his lips and kissed my nose. I'll give you a clean hoodie. You don't have to go to your room to change, he suggested, and I nodded. I wanted to take a shower, but did not want to upset him. I waited for him to hand me his hoodie. He went to his wardrobe and searched for one. Here, wear this, and I'll go to the bathroom for a minute. You can change. I'll give you privacy. He winked and threw it at me with new boxers. Thanks. I changed out of my dress after he entered the bathroom. I pulled the boxers, then the hoodie, over my head, and his scent hit my nose. Wonderful, he smells great, Diana noted. Why yes, I stuttered. She was an enthusiastic wolf. He accepted the bond, so it's only fair for us to be close to him, she reasoned. Besides, you will have to accept the bond fully sooner or later. Let's look forward to it. I rolled my eyes. I prefer to take my time. By Diana, I replied, ignoring her protests. I was not ready yet. I sat on the bed and waited for him. I looked at my legs to see that the hoodie covered me well. Minutes later, the bathroom door opened to reveal Julian without his shirt. He only wore sweatpants. He looks very strong, Diana commented, and I could not agree more. I was lucky. Julian smiled as if he knew what I was thinking. Sorry for the wait. Let's sleep. I'm tired, he said and got on his bed, pulling the covers over us. My eyes felt heavy. Good night, love, he said and kissed my forehead, then pulled me closer to him. Good night, Jojo, I replied, half asleep. He sighed. Not you too, he commented, then darkness took over. Chapter 36. It's been a month since Raymond's death. We did not know who shot him yet, but Julian suspected Joey, his cousin, because 2 days after the incident, we found a letter on the door frame, and it said, "You got lucky this time." I was paranoid for days until Julian finally started training me. I was in the backyard with him in my workout clothes. He was teaching me how to fight, and he did not go easy on me. After all the running I did for the last 2 weeks, I became faster than ever. My senses heightened, and I was able to smell well and hear the smallest noises. When I ran, I felt like time stopped, and everything became clear in my vision. "That's right, Stella, we are awesome," Diana commented, making me giggle. "You have to raise your elbow like this and open your eyes fully," Julian explained while showing me how I should stand and position myself in a fight. I did what he instructed and breathed deeply. I focused only on him. "Good, now punch me," he said, and I shook my head. "No, your handsome face," I commented. "Why?" Diana asked, then wiggled her eyebrows. "Shut up," I replied, then felt my cheeks heat up. Julian chuckled, then cupped my cheeks. "Don't worry, you're not strong enough yet to harm me. I'll just see how you punch and help you improve if you need improving," he assured, and I nodded, feeling more confident. He kissed my nose and stood back. I raised my fist and threw it at his face. Julian stumbled back a bit, and I felt like my hand stung, but not the same way when I punched Raymond. It was like my fist grew rougher and stronger. "How was it?" I asked as he put his palm on his red cheek. "It was good, but not good enough to make someone fall to the ground without hurting yourself. We have a lot of work to do, love," he announced, and I sighed. After 4 hours of training, I was so exhausted that I literally fell asleep on the grass. I believed an hour had passed when I felt strong arms around me. I saw Julian sleeping beside me on the bed. He must have carried me inside. I tried to wiggle my way out of his grip, but it was too tight, and I was too tired to put actual effort into slipping out. "I'm just stuck here until he wakes up," I whispered to myself, then closed my eyes to enjoy his warmth. "Don't act like you don't love it," Diana suddenly said. I opened my eyes once again to stare at him. "Why do you always comment?" I asked her, then I placed my hand on his cheek. "Now kiss him," she suggested, which made me widen my eyes. "What? Why?" I asked again while looking at his lips. They looked soft. I just wanted to make contact with them. I hesitated to initiate a kiss while he was asleep. It felt bold. "Kiss him now, come on, Stella, you know you want to," she teased, and I had to agree with her. I wanted to kiss him. Fine, just quiet down for a moment, please," I replied, then blocked her away. I began closing the distance between our lips until I was inches away from them. The urge to kiss him beat my rational thoughts and made me do it. My lips touched his. It was a sweet, gentle kiss. I did not want to wake him up by moving too fast, but as I ran my fingers through his hair, his eyes shot wide open. I felt embarrassed for a second and wanted to withdraw, but he did not let me. He held the back of my head and deepened the kiss, filled with affection and love. The sparks from touching him made our wolves happy. "What a marvelous way to wake me up, love," he whispered and kissed me again. Saying that my face was red was an understatement. Julian shifted closer, never leaving my lips. I wrapped my hands around his neck. We held each other close. It was warm, and I felt flushed. "It's hot," I commented, then kissed him again. It was the first time that I felt this intense need for my mate. "Julian, it's too hot in here. I feel like I'm burning," I told him again, and he stopped kissing me to look at my face. His eyes grew with realization as he placed his palms on both of my cheeks. "What? Why did you stop?" "Stella, your heat cycle is starting," he stated, and my eyes grew bigger. "You said that if you marked me, it would be different." "I know, and it's unusual. Maybe because I have alpha blood? Or was it because you shifted unannounced?" he asked, more to himself. Things were not normal. It never was with me. What should I do? It feels like my body is feverish. Please help. Make it stop. I asked him. His eyebrows knitted together, looking so frustrated and worried. "There is a way to complete the bond," he trailed off, avoiding eye contact. His cheeks were pink. I thought about what he just said, and then it clicked. "We have to complete the mating process?" I asked, kind of feeling nervous about the idea. His eyes met mine again, and he nodded. It's the way to fully settle it. I did not want our first time with these circumstances, but we have to decide, he replied, and I thought. The fever would continue if we did not complete the bond. I was inexperienced, and I was nervous. So is he, Diana reminded me, and I relaxed at that. We have been together for months, and we were destined for eternity together, so it was the right time. I pecked his lips really fast, then nodded. Okay, I said, and waited for him to say something. Are you sure? He asked, the worry evident in his tone. Yes, Julian. I'll always be with you. I love you and I trust you. You saved me. You loved me. You made my life so much better. I replied with a bright smile. I was warm, hinting that I needed him. He smiled back. I love you too. He kissed me gently. We shared a tender moment, expressing our love and commitment to each other. Hours passed, and we deepened our bond. On that night, we became one. Chapter 37. Last night was the best night of my life. Stella was officially my mate. She looked absolutely stunning and beautiful. The look that she gave me when she agreed to complete the bond made me so happy. She was so adorable and lovely. It was hard for me when I had to leave her this morning. I had to talk with Dad about the alpha title and ceremony, but I left her a note stating that I would be back soon with breakfast near it. I also told her that Sky would come to stay with her until I came back. Mate smells wonderful, Peter commented, and I agreed. The moment Stella and I completed the bond, she was officially the Luna of the Graymod Pack, and with that, I fulfilled the only condition to become the alpha in our family. I will claim the title of the alpha tomorrow night in front of all the pack's members, and not just for me. I wanted to introduce Stella to our pack. They knew that they had a soon-to-be Luna, but not all of them met her. Julian. Jojo. Mom's calling brought me back to reality. I looked at her and saw her smiling. Yeah. Dad patted my back. I asked you how's Stella and you began daydreaming, he said, and I smiled proudly. She's great. And, well, we completed the bond. I cleared my throat, and Mom clapped her hands. I had to tell them because of the ceremony. Finally, but you didn't have to tell us. Her scent is all over you. Mom cleared with a grin, which made me blush a bit. The bond was settled, and I felt euphoria. Then why did they ask? Peter commented. I know, right? So I'm assuming that you came here to talk about the title. Am I right, son? Dad asked with a smile. I sat across from him on the couch and nodded. Yes, the ceremony will be held tomorrow, right? Yes, I'll arrange everything. Everything was ready since the moment you turned 18. All you need to do now is stay with your mate and tell her what to do when she stands next to you on stage, Dad explained with a smile. I will, thanks, Dad. And I'll give you the traditional gown for the ceremony. Wait here, Mom demanded. Then she jumped out of the couch and went to get it. Women, Dad commented with a look of adoration. He loved my mom just like I loved my Stella. Stella, I'm back, I called as soon as I opened the main door. I walked into the living room to see both Sky and my mate eating marshmallows while watching a movie. They were so engrossed in the scene that they didn't notice me at first, and once they did, both jumped. Stella raised her head and looked at me. Welcome back, she said with a soft smile. I walked towards her. Sky ignored my existence and kept on watching the movie. She was sitting in a beanbag chair while Stella was on the small couch. I sat next to her and pulled her close to cuddle. Why did you do that? I was comfortable, she whined, never taking her eyes off the movie. Silly movie. Jealous of a movie I see, Peter remarked. Says the wolf who growls at birds if they come near her, I fired back, and he shut his mouth. I want to hold you, I told her, then rested my head near her shoulder, making her chuckle. She finally put the marshmallows down and looked at me. How are your parents? They're good, happy even. I replied as I kissed her pale, soft lips. Guys. I'm still here. Sky decided to interrupt the moment. I sighed and parted from Stella. You didn't acknowledge me when I got in, and now you notice me? I asked with disbelief. She grinned. You're welcome, she replied, and Stella laughed. I ignored Sky and her playful expression and looked back at Stella. I need to tell you something. Sure, she replied and turned so she was facing me. I like being close, Peter noted. Me too. So, since we have fully bonded, I can claim the Alpha's title tomorrow night. You'll be announced as the official Luna of the Graymod Pack, I explained, and her eyes widened for a second. I got you a gown from Mom, so you could wear it tomorrow, okay? It's a traditional gown that has been passed down from one generation to the other. Don't worry, it will fit you perfectly. She thought for a second, then smiled. I'll get Sky to help me with it. I'm happy for you, Julian. Or should I say, Alpha Woods. She teased, and I felt a surge of happiness. I kissed her cheek. Sky turned her gaze at us and smiled. Let's go and prepare you, Luna. Julian, hand over the gown and Stella now. Sky stood up and walked towards us. A please would be nice, you know? I pointed out with a playful glare. No, now give me your love, and I'll make her look the best Luna ever, she said, and I rolled my eyes. She is the best Luna ever without your help. I hugged Stella tightly in a protective way. Ida, but we don't have much time, now move it. She pulled Stella away from my arms and made a face at me. Immature, Peter commented, and I had to agree with him. I'll be right back, Stella said, then she kissed my cheek. Lovebirds later. Sky yet again interrupted the moment. How can Cody stand her? The dress was stunning. I'm in love with it. And strangely, it fitted me perfectly, Stella said after she sat on our bed. Sky finally went home because Cody missed her, and I was grateful for that. I'm sure it will look more stunning on you. Everything you wear looks perfect on you, love, I replied and pulled her close to me, and her head hit the pillows. Thanks, she said with a smile, and I sighed with contentment. I didn't ask, but how are you feeling? I asked while looking straight at her beautiful gray eyes. They became brighter after we bonded, and I was deeply in love with their color. And her, of course. You know, after our night together, I trailed off, knowing that she might be shy about it. Her cheeks immediately became pink, which made her look extra cute. Fine, just a bit tired. You. I'm feeling great. You make me feel great. Now, let's sleep. We have a big day tomorrow, I said as I pulled the covers over us and cuddled with her in my arms. Good night. Good night, love. Chapter 38. I was in our bedroom with Sky as she put the final touch on my hair. Nancy came into the room while screaming at the top of her lungs. What in the world? Diana yelled back. Sky and I stood up, alerted. What's wrong? We asked in unison, looking around for any kind of danger. Nancy smiled and crushed me with a bear hug. You look beautiful. I'm so excited for tonight, she replied, and we let out a breath we did not know we were holding. Good God, you scared us. We almost fainted, Aunt Nancy. Sky put her hand on her heart, trying to calm down, then she sat on the bed. Yeah, we thought something bad happened, I agreed with Sky, then hugged Nancy back. The night had not started yet, and I was already tired. She let go and looked into my eyes with twinkles in hers. I'm sorry, I can't hide my excitement very well. Do I look good? Is the gown okay? I shifted in my place while playing with my fingers. Are you kidding me? You look absolutely gorgeous. She walked around me to see the back of the gown and my curled hair. Sky was a miracle worker. And your hair looks great. You are so beautiful. Oh my God, I'm so happy for Julian. He found an amazing mate. Your pups will look like supermodels. She ranted. Sky and I laughed at her cuteness. She sounded like a teenage girl who just discovered love. No, she sounded like a teenage girl who just discovered Starbucks, Diana corrected, and I chuckled. Thank you, Nancy, I replied politely with a cheerful smile. When do we have to go to the backyard? I asked after I sat on a chair near the door. The ceremony would be held in the backyard since it was so vast that it could fit more than 700 pack members. Just the thought of standing up in front of them made my stomach flip. I was so nervous. Be brave, Diana said. I'm trying, I replied. She rolled her eyes. Be brave. Happy, she repeated, and I laughed with a nod. When Julian comes to get you, which is going to be in about a dash, Sky looked at her wristwatch and then back at me. Minute or two, you'll walk slowly on the grass, she stated, and I felt nervous. Oh my God. Relax, they don't bite, Diana muttered. Very funny. So, we will see you down there. Wait for him to come get you. Nancy hugged me real quick and got out of the room with Sky. I stood up and started pacing around the room while looking at the floor. What if I mess things up? You won't. Diana's simple reply showed how much she had faith in me. The door cracked open. I looked up and saw my handsome mate staring at me. He looked charming wearing his black suit, and his hair was styled back, making his honey eyes stand out. Words could not describe how good-looking he was at that moment, and all I could think about was that he was mine. We kept eye contact for a long time until he broke it with one single breathless word. Wow! He whispered and wanted to run his hand through his hair, as usual, but did not do it. I looked down, feeling nervous. He began walking towards me with small steps. Every step made my heart jump from its place, wishing that time would stop. When he reached me, he tilted my chin up gently with his finger and made me look at him. You look stunning, he cleared. Your beauty is so ravishing. I must be the luckiest man on earth to have you as my mate, my girl, and my world, he added with a wide smile that showed his perfect white teeth. His dimple was so adorable. He brought his lips to mine in a gentle kiss that made me swoon in his love. I did not know what to say. I was left speechless at his genuine words. Shall we go? He asked after he broke the kiss and rubbed my hair without ruining it. I nodded. We shall, my dear handsome mate. As we began walking down the stairs, my heart raced faster than a horse and stronger than a drum. I gulped when Julian was about to open the door to the backyard. From the noises, it sounded like a festival. Are you ready? He asked before opening the door. He rubbed my cheek and held my hand. I looked at his dazzling honey eyes. No, but let's go, I replied honestly. I can't be scared all the time. I am the Luna, I added. He nodded with a smile and opened the door. I glanced at the big crowd and then looked straight ahead while walking with Julian to meet up with his parents. All eyes were on us. Hello, dear. His dad greeted me with a smile and a handshake. I'll say that again. You look so amazing. Nancy embraced me. Thank you, I said and looked at Julian, hinting to him to start the ceremony. He understood and nodded. Dad, let's begin. We stood in front of the 700 pack members. Most of the faces that I was able to see looked at me with adoration and excitement. You're lucky they don't hate you, Diana once again commented at the wrong time in the wrong place. His dad cleared his throat and clapped his hands. All of the Graymod Pack members, we have gathered here today to meet your new alpha, my son, Julian Woods, and his Luna, Stella Woods, he announced, and the cheers went wild. Julian stepped forward, and the ceremony began. After we did what we were supposed to do, from drinking the sacred wine to having a blood oath, Julian was officially the alpha, and I was the Luna. You'll look after 700 pack members, Diana cleared, and I rolled my eyes. Yeah, no pressure, I replied sarcastically, then looked at Julian, who was talking with his uncle, Joey's dad. He was a good and kind man. I could not believe Joey was his son. The night was perfect and peaceful until someone broke something, grabbing our attention. We all turned our gazes to the source of the sound, and my eyes widened. What is he doing here? Diana asked as she growled, ready to fight. I don't know, but I know he is planning something evil. His laugh is worrying me. Everyone turned and saw Joey near me. What are you doing here? You are banned from entering our lands. Julian growled at Joey, who wore a smug look on his face. Julian was near me in seconds, standing protectively. He squeezed my shoulders, and I felt the anger rise inside of him. Is that the best way to welcome your cousin? Joey asked. I came here to congratulate you, new alpha of the Graymod Pack, he said, but his tone was laced with sarcasm. I don't want you here, and no one else wants you here. Now leave before I make you leave forever, Julian yelled at him very loudly. Cody and some other warriors stood close to us, preparing for anything. It is going to happen eventually. I can't leave now. I have to see your precious mate first. He turned his gaze at me, and I felt uneasy. She looks absolutely stunning in that dress, he pointed out, and I clinched Julian's suit. Julian let out a growl, making everyone, including the warriors, flinch. As Joey made a stupid step forward, we heard loud growls coming from Julian's parents and Joey's dad. Their faces showed no mercy. They were warning him, but I believed that he was more foolish than Raymond. "Don't you dare," his dad threatened him, but Joey laughed, shrugging his dad off. Oh dear, what a pleasant surprise to see my father who banished me here. "How are you? Are you stable now?" You know, after Mom's death, he asked slyly, making him look cruel. His father's face fell and paled. "What happened?" As I wanted to ask, Joey laughed. "You killed her." Julian spat at him with a livid expression, making him look scarier than before. I gasped at what I just heard, and my eyes widened. "What?" I found myself asking in a whisper. Nancy looked at me with sad eyes. Apparently, she heard me. Not only did he rebel against us, he also ended his own poor mother, who did nothing to him just to spite his father, she answered, the bitterness evident in her tone. I seriously felt sick. I glanced back at Joey and glared. "That's so sick and barbaric," I commented, and Joey chuckled as I amused him. "Yeah, just like how I ended your brother." "I'm a monster," he admitted without any shame, and I, surprisingly, was not surprised at his words. I felt more mad about him harming his mother than my brother, and I wanted to make him pay so badly. I glared harder at him. "You are a shame. Who harms their own mother? The one that carried you and raised you. She obviously didn't expect her son to become this. You are a disgrace to all werewolves. Get out of my pack before I stop you myself. Just so you know, I'm not the same weak girl who first broke into the Alpha's house. The one that you saw in the bathroom, battered and scared. I grew stronger than you'll ever be able to imagine, and I am ready to defend my pack with my life if I have to," I yelled with my loudest tone, feeling fearless and powerful for the first time. I felt like a real Luna. "You are a real Luna," Diana reminded me. I felt responsible for my pack. I was the Luna, and I had to protect every member at all costs. Julian looked at me proudly, and Sky raised her thumbs up. Joey just smirked. "That was so touching, but I'm not leaving before I destroy your precious pack," he said. Then he put his fingers in his mouth and whistled. Seconds later, a great number of werewolves, most likely rogues, stood before us. They probably snuck in when we were holding the ceremony since everyone was here, distracted. They were big and seemed ruthless. Yet I was not afraid. I was done hiding. Everything happened really fast. I blinked my eyes for 1 second, and our pack members and warriors shifted into their wolf forms and began attacking the intruders. "Shift," Diana ordered, and I went behind a tree, took off the dress since I did not want to ruin it, and shifted. It was less painful and faster than the last time I did it, indicating that I was ready to fight and defend. "No, you'll stay here," Julian demanded when he saw me coming from behind the tree, but I ignored him and started running towards a rogue that was about to pounce on a crying toddler. I jumped on the wolf and took it down, ensuring it wouldn't get up again. I did not want to waste a second. So, I jumped on another one. Or not, Peter said through the mind link after Julian shifted and stood next to me. I smiled in victory, then helped other pack members fight. It was all in our favor as the rogues either escaped or were taken down until Julian began fighting Joey, the last one standing on their end. It was an intense sight. Yet, Julian was much stronger than Joey, but Joey was sly. So he aimed for Julian's wounds each time Julian delivered one. After they rolled on the dirt, and we just stood there, watching the fight unfold, Julian bit Joey in the neck, causing him to wince. He managed to escape Julian's jaw only because Julian let go. He was toying with him. Our mate is strong, and I love it. Diana was so enthusiastic. Peter now took control and decided that stopping Joey was the best way to slow him down. A moment after letting him catch his breath, Peter grabbed the traitor's tail and pulled hard, making Joey howl with pain. The sight was intense, but I could not tear my gaze away as I was watching justice be served. Is it the Luna in me, or am I just relieved? Both, Diana answered. After deciding that he had had enough, Peter, or Julian now, bit Joey's neck firmly, ending the battle. He was gone. Julian ended it. Everything was quiet when Joey fell on the dirt. The silence was heavy, and I let out a sigh of relief. It was over. Julian shifted back and quickly put on his clothes. Listen up, he was addressing the rogues hiding in the shadows. Your leader is gone, so it's up to you if you want to continue fighting and fall one by one, or you could leave our land and never come back. He offered in his alpha voice. It rang all over the place, making me shiver with pride. It was too powerful to disobey, even for rogues. Not a minute later, they ran towards the woods. We won without any of us falling. All of the pack members howled, feeling happy at the victory. Hugs and cheers were all over the place, and I howled, feeling ecstatic. I am their Luna. Before I could shift back, Julian tugged my fur and dragged me to the house, leaving the celebration. Only I can see you in your human form, he said softly in my ears, and I nodded, then shifted back when we were in the bedroom. He quickly handed me a towel, which I accepted, and wrapped it around my body. You were amazing out there. I am so proud of you, my Stella, he said, hugging me really tight like his life depended on it. I know, I teased, then hugged him back. You were amazing too, I whispered in his neck. I'm glad I broke into your house, Alpha Woods, I added, and he chuckled. Trust me too. Epilogue. It had been a month since the last fight, and everything was peaceful and quiet. I liked it. Nothing new happened, well, except the fact that I was 3 weeks pregnant and Julian did not know yet. I was so nervous about telling him. I was scared. Every time I tried, something came up, like a phone ringing, a door opening, or Sky and Cody jumping out of nowhere. I knew he loved me. He showed me his love in different ways and words, but what if he did not want a baby so soon? What if he rejects us? Don't worry, Stella. He'll be happy, and if not, I'll handle him, Diana assured me with a hint of humor, maybe. She was joking, right? I was sitting on our bed, waiting for Julian to come home. When I was about to tell him about the pregnancy this morning, he got a call from Cody, as usual, so I had to wait. I grabbed the 3 pregnancy tests and stared at them. Positive. My stomach flipped in happiness and fear when I thought of the baby in my belly. I was super happy and delighted, but at the same time afraid of Julian's reaction. As I was looking at the test, my chain of thoughts was broken when the door cracked open to reveal a very happy Julian. His smile reached his ears. Hello, beautiful, he came to me and kissed my forehead gently. As a reflex, I quickly hid the tests under the pillow and smiled. I need to ask you something, he said, and I looked into his eyes. I saw eagerness. Sure. I was not sure where he was going with that, but I waited for him to speak. He cleared his throat and breathed deeply. This might be unexpected, but I don't care. Stella, you are my life, my world, my love, and my everything. I can't imagine a life without you, never. I'd be lost if you weren't with me all the time. I want to spend the rest of my life with you in my arms. I'll protect you from all the harm in the world. So, will you do me the honors of marrying me like humans? He kneeled down on one knee and opened a small box, revealing a shining ring. I gasped and stared at Julian for more than a minute. I did not realize I was crying until his thumb rubbed my cheek. Nodding and waiting for my reply. It was like a weight got off my shoulders. Yes, I answered, then kissed him. He put the ring on my finger, held me in his arms, and turned us around. I can't wait to start a family with you. To have our own pups and raise them together, he added, and I smiled widely at that. That is my golden opportunity. I cleared my throat after he put me on the ground. Well, you don't have to wait, I reasoned while looking at his sparkling eyes. He arched his eyebrows. What do you mean? I walked to the pillow and pulled out the pregnancy tests. I'm pregnant, Julian, I announced nervously. His eyes widened, and his mouth went wide open. He grabbed the test with shivering hands. Are you serious? He asked with a smile. I looked closely at his eyes and saw tears. I nodded my head with more tears in my eyes. Yeah, I assured, and he howled really loud. I knew you smelled different. This is why. I love you so much. He hugged me tightly, but then let go of me quickly. I'm so sorry. Is the baby okay? Did I squeeze too hard? He asked, frustrated and worried. I giggled. No, Julian. I'm perfectly fine, so is the baby. I cupped his cheeks so he could calm down. He showered me with kisses. When did that happen? How far along are you? Are you tired? I have so many questions, but first, let's tell my parents, he announced, then carried me bridal style to his parents' house. I have a crazy mate, but I loved him anyway. Julian. I couldn't believe that my love was pregnant with my child. 2 surprises in one day were a fantastic way to be eternally happy. I agree, so that means I won't be able to see Diana for months. Well, for the sake of my pup, I will manage. Peter breathed with contentment, and I laughed. I was so happy with my life. I was very glad that she broke into my house that one fateful night. My mate, Stella,